Well, welcome back to day 2 of the International Star Class European Championships organised by the Yacht Club Gaeta in Italy. We had a fantastic first day with 2 races completed, and today we'll be hopefully getting in another 2 races. And there we have a little sweeping shot via virtual eye. There's the medieval town of Gaeta, and we'll talk more about that later. Windward Leeward course with a leeward gate as per yesterday, and 2 races scheduled for today, similar conditions. And yesterday it was Lars Grael and Concalves from Brazil with a 3 and a 1 that topped the leaderboard going into day 2. And then the Brazilian Pascalato with Henry Boning in second with a very consistent 2/4. Reynolds and Lambertenghi 7 and 2 makes 9, and Rohart and Guidu 7 and 2 makes 9. Reynolds Lambertenghi ahead by virtue of a better second race, but they're virtually tied for third. And then Diaz and Prada, 2/5s yesterday, put him in 5th place. Torben Grael, he had a bit of an up and down day, 11 and 3 to come in 6th. And Lofsted and Sundman, the Swedish pair, they're lying 7th. Neto and De Freitas from Brazil, a lot of Brazilians in the top 10, they're in 8th. And the Austrian pair, Schenecker and Wallinger in 9th. Poggi and Corsi 10th, the top Italian team, and they would have actually done better had they not copped a turning penalty in a second race for a technical infringement, we believe. Some kinetics going on there out on the race course, and it was a bit light yesterday, and perhaps they were overdoing it a bit according to the judges. We could go down the whole list, but I'll let you have a look at them all. But right now we're going to have a little interview we did with Lars Grael after winning day 1 at the Star Europeans. Here we go. Lars Grael, top of the leaderboard day 1. What was the secret today?
Not much secret. It was a difficult day. We started both races close to the pin. On the first race, we couldn't cross the fleet. It wasn't a good start, so we had difficulties, and we realized that we would be back behind. But at the end, we got a good fresh air on the left to round the mark on 4th and finish the race on 3rd. Second race was a good start on the pin and safe. We had good speed, so we crossed the fleet going right to get the right shift. So we had a good gap at the beginning of the second upwind. So that was much easier to manage the gap once you have it, because once you are in the pack, it's much more difficult. So it was a good race for us. The wind was picking up, was getting stronger and stronger, and we had a good speed.
And talking about the wind speed from 5 to 15 knots today,
Yeah.
we saw you looking at the tuning of the rig. You had your gauge out there. How important was it to tune the boat today?
The Star boat is a very sensible boat about the rigging and all the wires, so you can adjust a lot. So each upwind we were changing the boat, tightening the shrouds, jib lead, so we were trying to depower the boat, and the boat was very smooth at the end and with good speed.
Lars Grael, thank you very much and well done today.
Thank you. It's not easy to keep leading like this, but it's nice to start a championship leading. So I'm very proud of me and Sam.
Well, a great day yesterday for Lars Grael. I'd like to introduce our studio guest today. We've got Kathleen Tock, who's a member of the US sailing team, and Kathleen races snipe, 49er, windsurfer, you name it, Kathleen races it. So, Kathleen, why are you here?
I am the crew of Augie Diaz in the snipe class, and I just finished a training camp in Brest, France. And after Augie finishes this race here, we'll be going north to Talamoni to do a sniper regatta. And then I'm off to the RSX European Championship in Palermo. So I've got a month here in Italy, and no place I'd rather be than Gaeta.
Yeah, and you actually were out yesterday on the windsurfer, and that wind speed, what was it like out there? Tell us about it.
When we went out, it looked like it was going to be a boring day. And I was watching the first race and thinking like, oh, these poor guys, it's beautiful out here, but it was really light. So I think a lot of the boats went out with their settings for light air. And during the second race, the wind came up, I think, probably to about 18 knots. And the waves came, and it was just beautiful sailing. But I'm not sure they were really set up for those conditions. So I think it was probably pretty challenging because you had the low-level conditions in the beginning all the way up to pretty breezy, going from flat water to pretty breezy on the downwinds with some waves to surf. Challenging and I think really fun. But I definitely think they were tired at the end of the day.
And left or right? Left or right?
Looking at the course, I think that people who went left had a little bit more luck. When the sea breeze fills in Gaeta, it tends to go right. And I think people really thought it was going to go far right. And as often happens at championships, the usual weather doesn't come and you have anomalies. And so yesterday it didn't swing as far right as people expected. So you had people who overstood the ley line on starboard, making it a little bit more favorable for people coming from the left. And I think occasionally you saw a lot more breeze on the left as well, even though it evened out when the sea breeze finally came. But the sea breeze didn't come until about 4 o'clock. So the last 2 days it's filled in about 4 o'clock on the dot.
Okay, and how come we haven't got any ladies out there?
Well, there are some ladies who race in the Star in the United States, and I think in Austria and Switzerland you have some women skippers. It's rare to see a women crew. The Star boats, it's a big boat. It's a beautiful boat. I've driven it downwind, but I don't think I'd want to go upwind. You've got about 72 feet of main sheet, and that's a lot of main sheet. The boat really pulls. Okay,
well, we're going to go and have a look at Virtual Eye now because we've just got about 4.5 minutes till the start of race 3. And say we've got a windward leeward course with the breeze coming down again from. Have we got an angle on that, guys? Yeah, is it 235? So very similar to yesterday, similar wind direction. And as Kathleen was pointing out, they looked like there was more breeze on the left-hand side of the course as we look at it now. And so with just 4 minutes to go. The boats will be winding up for the pre-start. And, let's get a little insight from Kathleen. 4 minutes to go. What do you think is going to be going through the crew's minds right at the moment, Kathleen?
Well, they'll be going down the line, trying to figure out which end of the line is favored. Yesterday, as Lars said, he had 2 very good pin-in starts, and I think Uber was also there during the first race. The starting line is pretty crowded. It's not a small line. And it also makes it a little challenging because people tend to favor the right-hand side. So if you start at the pin and you want to go right, you have to get a really good start at the pin or else you're stuck on the left. So today they're forecasting a little less wind, so it will be interesting. They're not expecting it to play out as quite the same as yesterday. So right now the sailors are just going down the line. They're getting headings on the line, looking at their compasses, and trying to get a good feel for what the angles are upwind. And the most important thing is really being in phase at the start, and you want to know whether the wind is left or right at the start, and be on that right tack in phase. And you want to be on the line, which is never hard to, never easy to do.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kathleen. And just looking now, there you have Lars Grael and Concalves. He's circling around that pin end. He certainly liked that yesterday, and he's looking at that today. Merkelbach and Bartel are also down at the pin end. They started just left of centre in their first race yesterday, which they won by a country mile, and then were OCS in the second race yesterday. Also down at that pin end, we've got Lofsted and Sunderman, who certainly were in the not in the chocolates yesterday, but there we go. Rohart and Gidu, they're certainly coming down here. So we've got just 2 minutes to go till the start, and we haven't got exactly the wind speed out there, but it feels a bit fresher here in the yacht club, so hopefully we're going to have a good breeze for the start. We're coming into just 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and let's go, Ben, to a full picture of the whole line, please. Hello. By the way, we've got Rachele Vitello out on the start line, so we'll be going to her very shortly. In fact, why don't we go to Rachele now? Rachele, can you hear us? Where are you? Okay, we'll just go with this start now. We've just got 45 seconds to go. Hopefully, we can get Rachele to tell us the sights and sounds out there just after the start. But it looks a pretty even start, wouldn't you say, Kathleen?
The starting line looks pretty good. You notice that there's a lot more boats down at the leeward end. It's pretty open at the boat end of the line. And in this race course, the starting boat is actually a sailboat. A lot of times for star regattas, you have a pretty big yacht out there that blocks the wind. But there's no advantage to being at one end line or the other with wind blockage right now. But the leeward end here seems to be pretty loaded up, and here we go.
Yeah, and we saw a big dial down there from Gonzaga, Neto and De Freitas. They obviously feel they're a little early there, but they're off, and we've certainly seen an Italian boat pop out there in the middle, and the Swiss and the Ukrainians doing well over on this side. The Ukrainian pairing yesterday of Vasily Guriev and Vitaly Kushnir, they got a really good second race, and they look like they've got away well on the pin end. Not always good to be right at the pin, Kathleen. Maybe you could tell us why it's good to be 2 or 3 boats in.
When you're at the pin, you tend to have to pinch a little to get around the mark, and once you get around, you can actually foot a bit. But if the boats above you at the pin start to gather speed at go, if you're right at the pin, you can't really put your bow down to accelerate. So the boats that are just 1 or 2 off your back tend to have a speed advantage and can tend to roll you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So we should be seeing the boats hitting the ley line here on the pin end side of the course. Rohart and Gidu going very well again. But we've now got a leaderboard up. Very early days yet. But look at that. Chatagny, Ducomont, the Swiss pair. Okay, just 1 point that Ben just put out. Thanks, Ben. The third boat that is in there, Avancisi and Gusti, that is actually not there at the moment. And is that the same for Chatagny and Ducomont? Yeah, they are there. So well done to the Swiss pair. They've got a good lead there. 6 meters on Mark Reynolds and Lambert Tengi. So a great start there for Chatagny and Ducomont, the Swiss pair, and Guriev and Kushnir. Great to see them up there. So here we go. It does look like the left is leading. Kathleen, what can you see on the virtual eye? Does the left look like it's paying at the moment?
Right now, the boats are definitely look like they have a good angle, much compared to the boats on the right-hand side. We have noticed a lot of boats going back here. I'm not sure if there was a general recall, but we definitely have some boats heading back to the starting line, looks like.
Yeah, just to explain to the viewers, we're out of VHF range of the race officer, and he's probably a tad busy at the moment. So, as Kathleen rightly pointing out, a lot of boats heading back, and we can only assume that that is a general recall for some reason, and we'll try to find out why. So, for the moment, we'll just take a bit of a chill pill, and wait for the restart of race 3 of the Star Europeans. So bear with us. They said they were going to flick round races really fast today, so hopefully that'll be the case. So stay with us. We're going to take a little bit of a breather. Okay, well, we're talking to Xavier Rohart and Sébastien Guidou that had a fantastic day today. You are lying, let's call it equal third. You're the same points as Mark Reginald and Sergio Lambertegui. Xavier, what was the day like for you?
So it was a very important day, the first day. So the aim was not to have too much points tonight, so it's done. And if the opportunity was there to grab some little points and go near the podium, so we were almost ready to do that. But on the second race, the wind really blows up, and we were not really tuned and prepared for that. So we fight against the boat regarding fighting against the other sailors, so it was not the good mood.
And Sébastien, you look at the top 5 after day 2, and they've all got gold or silver stars, like Xavier. You're 26, you don't have a star. What does it feel like to race with Xavier? What does it feel like to have such a fantastic day?
Yes, I was really proud that Xavier asked me to sail with him. But his usual crew cannot come, so it was really interesting for me to come here and to sail with Xavier, which is already a friend since 2 years. So it was the first time that we sailed together yesterday. Really good feeling, and I learned a lot from him. So I hope that I can be better during these few days. So yeah.
So tonight, a nice big bowl of pasta and some red wine, is that right, Sébastien?
Oh, I have to eat a little bit because I have no more energy during the last upwind, so I have to eat.
Fantastic. Xavier, Sébastien, well done today.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Okay, well, we're talking to Xavier Rohart and Sébastien Guidou that had a fantastic day. Okay, that was a really popular interview with the Star Sailors team. Sébastien Guidou is one of the logistics masters for the Star Sailors League, and he also goes out and races stars. The guy's doing 2 jobs at once, and for him to get joint third yesterday and just to sail with Xavier Rohart is a dream come true. And he's a very humble, very quiet, hard-working guy. So it was a big thumbs up for him. Those two are right on the permitted weight as well. So Sébastien has hardly been eating for the last 3 days, and that was the little dig at the big bowl of pasta. But absolutely tremendous result for him. He's the only sailor after day 2 in the top 5 that doesn't have either a gold or silver star. So very humble guy, but I'm sure he's absolutely delighted with that. So we're trying to get news from the race course, but as you can see from the virtual eye there, the start has been postponed. We will oh, thanks Ben, what's going on? 3 minutes to the start. Okay, so we've just heard news from the race course that the restart of race 3 will be in now under 3 minutes. There we go, the clock's up. So we're down to 2:30, and Kathleen's a lot more eagle-eyed than me, and she spotted that there was an awful lot of boats over at the start. Kathleen, any observations on that, while we're doing a rundown?
Usually on the first start, you have people who are a little aggressive. I think a lot of people expect a recall in the first start. It's not always that way, but usually the line will be set. We try to set the line fairly evenly. Some race committees will actually bias a line to try to control the fleet one way or another, particularly if they feel that one in the line is more favored. In this case, I just think you had people who jumped the gun, and it was interesting because it was more in the middle of the line that you saw them, and that's obviously at the end you can't do that. So I think for this start, people will be a little more conservative. Usually the people who are leading the regatta have to be conservative. It's too early in the game to start being very, very aggressive. But then some people look at it the other way. It's early in the game, I can be aggressive. You have a lot of people with a lot of experience here. But you never know at the start. I think you have a lot of Italians in this fleet, and a lot of the Westerners aren't used to sailing with them. And you got to know how the people you're sailing with are going to set up on the line. I think people who sail together all the time have a good sense of where people are going to go and when they're going to accelerate. But in this case, you never know. It's anyone's game.
Okay, thanks for that insight, Kathleen. That was straight for the heart, I think, there now. 45 seconds to the start of race 3. And let's see, it looks very much like the committee boat end is very busy. Definitely the boats on the left-hand side are hanging back a little bit more. We've got 25 seconds to go, and that looks pretty early up at the committee boat end. There's a big bundle of boats up there. We'll go out to Raquel, and she'll tell us if there was some shouting and screaming, but there's a big ball of boats up at the committee boat end, and there definitely looks like some late starters down here at the pin end. 5 seconds to go. Here we go, and wow, that's very late at the pin end there. And can we just, Ben, can we go to the middle of the fleet, Ben, and have a look there? There was one boat there in the middle of the line that looked like they hit the line on the B of the bang. Let's see who that was. A little bit further in, Ben, please. It's an Italian boat, yeah. So who was that?
That was Gianpier Poggi and Corsi from Rome.
Okay, tell us a bit about those guys.
Gianpier is a seasoned star sailor, one of the younger skippers. He's also a snipe sailor, which is where I know him from. And so he jumps back and forth between both boats. And after yesterday, he was in 10th place, even with a penalty turn. So I think we can look forward to some good sailing by Gianpier and his crew, Corsi.
Okay, and Kathleen, we're going to go go on with you a bit here now. There's one boat heading back, Rifle and Gaeta. We can only assume that's an individual recall unless they're doing turns. Are they doing turns? We'll see. But Kathleen, you've noticed something else. There are some other yachts that look like they haven't started or have turned back. What would you say? Are we looking at another general recall?
I think we're looking at another general recall. Some of the sailors, they look at this as practice. Gets people prepared for the next start. But for the guy who had a great start, he's usually not happy about it. It's a little interesting that they're having a hard time controlling the fleet this early on in the day. I'm not sure if they'll go to an I flag. I'm not in the star class. Can they do a black flag? Do you know?
Yeah, they certainly can. We saw a black flag take out 17 boats in the Worlds in one race, so they certainly can. And we're hearing out on the race course that the black flag has been raised, and I believe we've got Raquel Vitello out there on the water. Raquel, can you hear us? We'll try and get back to Raquel in a minute, but we've heard from, I believe, the race committee that a black flag has been hoisted. And for those people listening that don't understand what a black flag is, perhaps you could explain, Kathleen.
The black flag means that between 1 minute and go, you cannot be over the starting line. And if you are over, you can't go back and restart. You are out of the race. And I do believe that the race committee is posting numbers at the windward mark. So if you're over and you don't know that you're over, they will post your number at the windward mark and you have to withdraw from the race. So you definitely don't want to be over the line between 1 minute and go and a black flag start.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember last summer back at Lake Garda, we had a black flag start and 17 boats got done there, including, I seem to recall, Lars Grail and also Mark Reynolds went for an early bath there. So the race committee's had enough. They believe that the boats are the ones that are at fault at these restarts. Up goes the black flag. So how would that change your game face, Kathleen, if you were now faced with a black flag?
Well, people do it differently. A lot of people will definitely hold back from the line. If you were starting close to the pin or in the boat end, you might choose to move your boat in a little bit more where you might be covered, moving yourself a little bit towards the middle of the line where you can be covered one way or the other. I know when I'm racing out there, I'm usually looking at the boats to windward of me and to leeward of me, and I'm usually giving my skipper indication that, hey, we're covered now. So it's not that you definitely don't go over the line, but you tend to watch yourself relative to the rest of the fleet, particularly if you're at one of the ends. You want to make sure that you can't be seen at the start. But I definitely think we're going to be seeing them holding back. And some of the guys who might have been more aggressive, there's always one boat that's going to go. These boats are really heavy, and so not only is it hard to have them accelerate, it's also difficult to get them to slow down at the start versus some of the other dinghies One Design Racing out there. So it's tricky with the Star.
Yeah, that was a bit of the dark art there. You're almost talking about maybe a double bluff, because a lot of people hang back using other boats as like a cloak. So they can't see you heading for the middle of the line. That's pretty deep, I have to say. We're trying to find out when this race is going to restart, but obviously it's getting pretty tense out there. 2 general recalls. We're now going to start on a black flag, and we'll just see if we've got any info on one. And there we have it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the start. We'll tell you exactly with the clock as it comes up. But while we're waiting, we had a chat with Mark Reynolds after racing on day one. Enjoy
I haven't been
this.
to San Diego, but I've met a few people from there. What are the people from San Diego like, Mark?
Well, it's a pretty good sailing center, especially when it comes to starboats, with guys like Dennis Conner and Malin Burnham and Vince Brune, Eric Doyle, George Szabo. Paul Kayard lived there when he won the World Championships. My father was a world champion as well in San Diego, so there's a lot of history.
So with a guy called Dennis Conner, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so in 1971 they won the World Championships, and I was out there watching, actually with Carl Buchan, he was watching his dad, and I was watching my dad.
And you come here, you've raced today. Let's go fast forward to today, Mark. What was it like out on the race course today?
We had a building wind, so it started probably in about maybe 6 knots, 7 knots, and then it just continued to get stronger and stronger until at the finish of the second race it was probably close to 18.
And knowing your prowess with sail design in these boats, choice of sail today, was that important?
Well, you kind of had to cover the whole range since we started out pretty light and it ended up getting windy. So, I came here with one set of sails, so it's a pretty easy selection. In the Star, you can have 2 mains and 2 jibs. So, sometimes you'll have one that's a little bit better for light air. But today was a perfect day to have an all-purpose set of sails.
And your record in the Star, 10 continental titles, I could just keep reeling off what you've done. How competitive was that today, Mark?
Well, a lot of the guys that I've sailed against almost from the beginning are here. Torben, particularly, we had a good battle in the last race. So some things don't change. There's obviously some younger guys now too, but Yeah, I've sailed a lot of these championships since actually since the 1970s. So it's always been tough. You know, doesn't change.
And we've had a few very young budding sailors out there today. What's your tip if a 16-year-old came to you and said, "I love the Star. How can I get quicker?" What would you say?
Well, I mean, the Star looks to be a pretty complicated boat because you have a lot of shrouds, wires, you know, backstays, lower backstay, and all that. But if you get in the boat, you know, get a nice setup that, you know, goes by the your sailmaker's tuning guide, and you just focus on sailing it like you sail a laser, you can do well. I mean, my first World Championships in 1975, I'd come from lasers, and I did really well. A lot of guys tend to do well in the beginning when they just sail it like it was a fin or a laser, and they actually get a little worse when they try to, you know, think it's pretty complicated and try to get a little more speed out of it. If you just sail the boat like you would anything else, you know, adjust your Cunningham, outhaul, that kind of thing. Maybe play with the backstage a little bit, but it's actually quite simple. The shrouds don't have to be changed like they do in a lot of boats. You can simplify things and just race. It's a great tactical boat.
Wonderful. And tomorrow looks like we'll get another 2 races. What do you think the conditions are going to be like, and how might that change your tactics?
Well, it looks like we have a thermal breeze here, so I would expect it to be pretty similar tomorrow. You know, you start out with very little wind in the morning. That's why we delayed an hour. I mean, they decided last night they would delay an hour, and that'll probably hold. Might help some of the light air sailors to start a little bit earlier. But yeah, I think it'll be similar. And for me, all I'm trying to do is stay in the top 10. If I can be top 10 and, you know, hope you know, some other guys make some mistakes, try to keep from making the mistakes myself. I'm not going to get very radical and take chances early in the regatta. And, you know, my goal here too is really to finish top 5 would be great. You know, top 10 would be nice. And so if we can get top 10 every race, that should get us in the top 5.
Mike Reynolds, thank you very much for talking to us.
You bet. Anytime. Thank you.
Hubert Merkelbach, you're still smiling, but you had a very mixed day today. Tell us about your day.
Yeah, first race we could win with a good lead, and we were happy about that because we are the current European champions, and we want to fight for the title. Also, there's very, very good competition here, and we won the first race, so we were happy. Second race we ended up as the second place, upwind mark, but then we realized we were over early, pre-major start. But well, that can happen in this fleet, and tomorrow is another day, so we'll go for it.
And starts are very important today, particularly in the light airs?
Yes, it's always important if you have a very good fleet and you cannot lose 1 meter, you know, you have to fight for every meter, and I think we were half a boat length or 1 boat length too far ahead, and so we had the PMS. Can happen.
Thank you, Hubert, and yes, tomorrow is another day.
Yes.
Okay, we got a bit carried away there with those interviews, and I'm afraid we missed the start of race 3. So here we go. They're actually out there now. Now, once again, we've got Merkelbach and Bartel leading the race. So beautiful edit there, guys, in the studio. You got our interview with the leader in race 3. Fantastic. Losted and Sunderman just 7 meters behind, and Grail and De Almeida in 3rd place. So sorry we missed the start there, guys, but that's just the way it goes. We'll have to reset that clock as well. I don't think they've been going for 3.5 minutes, have they? Oh, they have, right. Okay, so we're 3.5 minutes in, and there we go. We've got to start, and as you can hear, I'm sort of struggling, but you know what, Kathleen? Looks like there's a lot of boats on the right and the middle. You know, what do you see there?
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting, especially with people yesterday playing the left so hard. I don't know whether there was a shift before the start. My guess is there probably was a shift, and we've got a lot of boats that are now on. Well, the fleet's pretty split right now. So it looks like maybe just before the start there was a shift. You've got Reynolds and Lambertini kind of in the middle of the fleet, but out in front, so that's always good. And you've got some people pretty far to the right, but I'd say that in general we've got more people towards the middle left side of the course playing it safe. If you have a bad start, it looks like the people who weren't on the line where they wanted to be have tacked out and gone to the right. But I would definitely say that people are not hitting the left side of the course as hard as they were yesterday. But we'll see how this plays out.
Yes, an interesting point there about the shift. So what we're talking about is a shift in the breeze over to the right-hand side of the course, making that more favourable. Now, we were talking with a couple of the crews yesterday, and they said that the shifts here seem to be a really slow sweep, and if you get the wrong side of a shift, just explain to me, Kathleen, you get the wrong side of a shift, what do you do?
Well, we call that being out of phase. If you get to the wrong side, you have to usually work yourself to an edge, and that builds leverage. So when the wind comes back again, you have gained on the fleet. It's a tactic that can play out. It's highly risky as well. One of the things about star racing is that you have such long windward legs that if you're going right or left, you tend to be building a lot of leverage on the fleet going one side or the other. Going up the middle of the course, you can't really gain. So you have to win your side of the course that you're going to. And if you find yourself out of phase in a star race, that can be really detrimental to your game. And good boat speed can help you get back into phase. But we've got a pretty large fleet here, 50 plus boats. There's not a lot of lanes going upwind. But as I said, boat speed will help you get back into phase, and building a little leverage as well, so that when the wind shifts back, it's in your advantage again.
Thanks very much, Kathleen. And just some more information from the race course. There has been a 5-degree wind shift. We've gone to about 240. And also the wind speed, just for your info, is about 10 to 12 knots. And with that shift, look at Rohart and Guidu. They are now first 27 metres ahead of Lars Grael and De Almeida. In fact, I got that wrong. That is Torben Grael and De Almeida. In third place, Markelbeck and Bartel. Ben, could we just zoom in and see where Rohart and Guidu are, please? Okay, so they're at the moment on the left side. Kathleen, what's going through Rohart's mind at the moment with that 5-degree shift?
Well, he's looking down at pretty much the whole fleet. It's a good feeling. You've got almost all the boats right now on port tack, headed the same direction. He needs to keep his boat speed up to stay on top of the fleet, and hope that the wind doesn't shift back too quickly to the other side to maintain his lead. But right now, he's looking through the window in his main and seeing the fleet below him. It's also important who's off his back. But right now, most of the players in the top of the game are not that far away from him, and he's just got to look off his back for what's happening there and keep his speed up.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we just caught a glimpse there. Grael and De Almeida are more over to the right. And as you say, if that shift comes in, they're going to benefit from that. But an interesting change there. We have Tenka and Bezerel, the Hungarian pair, hitting the front. Now, let's have a look at their Ben. When are they? And more news from the race course. There is more pressure on the right. So look at that. They're all the way over on the right-hand side. And just show us those speeds again, Ben, please. I'll give us an idea. Their VMG or their average speed is not that much greater. But Tenka and Bezerel have got an absolute flyer on the right-hand side. And that goes to show a lot of guys. We were talking to Sergio Lambertenghi, who's raced here many times, and he says it's a fantastic race course because you just can't tell. You don't know whether the left's going to work or the right's going to work. It's got to be gut feeling. And there you go. We've got Tenka and Bezerel leading on Virtual Eye on the right-hand side, and Rohart and Giddu in second place on the left-hand side. So that just goes to show how even a race this is. Looking down the fleet, we've got what we have to say is there's been a huge change. It must be a huge change because Rohart and Giddu are now 58 metres behind Tenka and Bezerel. So I would say that's looks like a big shift. Wouldn't you say so, Kathleen?
It can be shift, and it can also be a pressure difference. Yesterday I was out in the water, and there was a big pressure differential between the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and that can also knock a few degrees off your angle. So it could also be a drop in pressure on the left-hand side over where Rohart and Giddu are.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ben, could we go to the overhead and see where we are on the whole race course? So there we go. Just so you know, the leg length is 1.6, about 1.6 nautical miles, and yeah, we're halfway into it now. So halfway up. Tenka and Bezerel right out on the right-hand side have got the advantage by a long way from the Ukrainian team of Kashina and Mecheten, and Merkelbach and Bartel in third. That's a new one for us. We haven't seen Kashina up there. Let's see where they are, please, Ben. Okay, yeah, over on the right-hand side. And looking down the leaderboard, Nazaro, yeah, he's up in 11th, and Fusco up in 5th. So at the moment, completely opposite to yesterday. The right definitely looks like it's paying. We looked at the weather report for the sort of 60 miles around here, and it definitely had more north in it. And that would tend to swing the breeze a little more this way. Can you explain why that is, Kathleen?
Well, I can't tell you exactly why that would be. I do think it's interesting that yesterday people expected the breeze to be doing what it is doing now. And I think with a little bit of a left favor yesterday, the sailors set themselves up to be going a little bit more to the left as it was yesterday, but we're seeing it play out the way that everyone had expected it to be. And but we'll see. There's still a lot of racing going on here. As we said, it is 1.6 nautical miles. They have a long way to go, and there's definitely going to be another shift or two up on this race course. It really matters what the shift is, the last shift coming into the windward mark. That makes all the difference in the world. And in the star class, because you have such long courses, you really have to be patient. You have to work your edge. Obviously, you're always playing the shifts, tacking on significant shifts, and it's a chess game. You're positioning yourself not only against the boats that are on your side, but waiting for the big shift to go back on towards the ley line. And yesterday we saw a lot of boats overstanding, as I said, on the starboard ley line, but we also had people overstanding on the port ley line coming in. And when I was out on my board yesterday watching from the windward mark, right at the windward mark I saw two quick shifts to each side, kind of evening out the race course for people at the very end. So patience is a big part of the game here. And looking up the race course for the next puff. And when you've got a long race course like this, the crews have to have very good eyes as well, and reading the wind and seeing what that next puff is going to be and positioning themselves for it.
Yes, thank you, Kathleen. And we just saw the race leaders, Tenka and Bezerel. Is it? No, it's Bezzeretti. I beg your pardon. They just hit a ley line on the right-hand side, and they're now tacked onto starboard crossing that fleet. And when you start to hit the ley lines there, and you're coming in, Kathleen, are you starting to think about rights as you're coming in on starboard, or if you're on port? Are you thinking this far out about the tactics for that engagement?
Actually, yeah, you are. You're thinking about it pretty early on in the game. So you have the game where you're playing against the boats that are right around you on your side, and then you're also thinking about coming in. As I said before, we've got a pretty big fleet here, and positioning coming into the ley line in the right lane is really, really important, because you don't want to be on the ley line too early, and if you're not one of the leading boats, you're going to be in bad air for a really long time. So you're thinking pretty far out about what you want to do, and setting yourself up for that, and it's not easy.
Okay, thanks for that. And just to put it into context about the the age difference here, we had Sébastien Guidou doing so well yesterday at 26. He's by no means the youngest sailor here, but the results after 2 races, the top 3 were all masters. That's to say, over 50 years of age. And I've just had a look through my notes, and Tenka and Bezzaretti. And I'll put the voodoo on them because they've dropped off top. But Tenka and Bezzaretti, that's a grandmaster. Mr. Tenka from Hungary, he's a grandmaster. So that's over 60.
Yeah, and you know what? The Star boat is a boat that age doesn't necessarily make the biggest difference. It's a technical boat, and there are sailors out here who've been sailing them for a really long time. It's hard for some young people to come into the class and step into a boat and race against people that have 20, 25 years experience. The crews are all very physical, and they've been doing it for a while. And so, although you have some older sailors, they're also some of the best in the world. So it can be daunting for some younger crews. They might be stronger, have better stamina, but it is a technical boat. Even if you have an all-purpose set of sails that you're taking out there, I think age and experience does help you go faster, and definitely helps you go a lot smarter.
Okay, and we've had quite a change at the top of the leaderboard. Tenka and Bezzaretti, that were leading on the right-hand side, that lead has now been taken by Merkelbach and Bartel, the German pair. After their OCS in the last race, they must be delighted to be there. But it is neck and neck. Rohat and Guidou are now top, so those two are going to have a proper bun fight at the top mark. I was wondering, Ben, could we just zoom in and see where Merkelbach is? Okay, and there you can see Merkelbach and Bartel just on the right-hand side, Rohat and Guidou on the left-hand side. And just swing round so the top mark is at the top of the picture, please, Ben. Just want to see what their lay's like. Well, we can see the ley line there, so they're below the ley line. Unfortunately, our inset is covering the top mark, but at the moment they look like they're going to make that on that tack. That will put them on starboard, and it won't be so good for Rohat and Guidou coming in on port. We'll see how that one pays out. And also, Ben, can you just show us how many meters to that top mark? So another 600 or so to go. And if we can zoom back out, thank you very much. Okay, we've got a few boats seem to be over the ley line there. Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, they're coming in on the right hand side, and just ahead of a big pack. Fleet really spread out. We've got an enormous quantity of boats way past the ley line. Kathleen, what's that saying to you?
Yeah, I think with it being somewhat favored right in this beat, people have tended to overplay it. And when you have a larger fleet, everyone's going a little bit further right to get a clear lane. And in the Star, when you're over the ley line, if there's a shift back left again, these boats are going to be in trouble, because the Star isn't going to pick up any more speed if you have to bear away towards the mark. It's just wasted distance and wasted time. But you never know. I would say that a lot of times they're just going over there to get a clearer lane. And if you're slower, that's one of the only things you can do. That's one of the problems with getting in the back of the pack is you have to keep going kind of where you don't want to be, but you have clear air and can keep going forward. So that's how they get out there.
Okay, but that's seriously throwing the dice, as you say, to go out to one side of the course. Interesting to see that Rohart on the left-hand side has now put 15 metres on Merkelbach, more to the centre of the course. So unless they've got some terrific boat speed, that would tend to suggest that the left-hand side is definitely paying on the angle. Torben Grail having another good race, or a better race today. He's up to third with De Almeida, and Tenka and Bezzaretti are still hanging in there in fourth. And Gonzaga and De Freitas also going well. We're going to hopefully have Raquel Vitello at the top mark. We're going to give her a ring just now. We're using straightforward mobile phone technology, and unfortunately the course is a little bit further out and must be right on the edge of the band. But we're going to give her a ring right now, and I'm going to ask Kathleen. So it's really tight now, Rohart and Merkelbach. They are literally, and great. I mean, this is going to be a bun fight, the top mark, eh?
Yeah, I was just watching here, and we saw actually Lars Glare duck a boat. And he, out of the boats in the top group, is probably the most to the right. And he is over the ley line, so that was interesting to see that duck. I just think he didn't have a lane to come back in sooner, and he's hoping that he can put the bow down and maybe gain a little bit of speed. His brother Torben is going to have to come back on port at the mark, and hopefully he's going to have some room to get by that tight pack that's already coming up to the mark and slightly overstood on starboard. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But right now, Rohart and Guido have a great lead here. And they're crossing over. I think they're going to be clear, and they're just going to gain from here on.
Okay, well, I think we finally got Raquel Vitello at the top mark. Are you there, Raquel?
I'm here. I've been here all the time. Good afternoon from the ITA Gulf. We are at the top mark. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes. Tell us what's going on.
Okay, finally. So, well, as you said, I mean, it's been already a lot of action. There's been to start, to general recalls, and then finally the black flag start. And they're now reaching the top mark. We've seen so far that the local Nando Colanino is doing well, but is not in the lead. I believe Xavier Art is now... Well, they have a problem. There are two boats now, and they're not on the ley line, so they're double tacking to reach the mark. So one is definitely Xavier Art, and the other one is bow number 2.
Merkelbach.
And, they got the best out of it. And Xavier is not happy. He's actually very angry about it. So, well, poor bowman, poor crew. Sebastian Guido is not gonna have an easy downwind. After that, we got the Hungarian boat, but the next few boats are going in very easily, and then we have Torben Weil all coming in the boat comfortably. We have a bit more of a mess here in the back lines. Not as much as yesterday, not as much as you would expect after those few starts. But yeah, it's getting more crowded here. But I have to admit, we're moving towards the second mark at the top, so I can't really see the excitement happening on the first mark. Yeah, there are some shouting here on the little line between the two marks. The wind is strong, is still on 10, 12 knots. It was stronger earlier, and the locals don't quite understand what's going on. Then the sea is getting a bit rougher than this morning. It was very flat earlier on. And, well, now Luca Simeone, president of Yacht Club Gaeta, is going by us nicely in the middle of the fleet. And, well, as I said, I would have expected more excitement, more action, but they're behaving, I have to say.
Thank you, Raquel. And for the viewers at home, this was a request we've received from numerous people. We've just been showing the top 20. Well, we're now able to show you more than just the top 20. So to see where your favourites are, you can see that's clipping down on the left-hand side, and you're able to see where everyone else is. And we'll stay with that for now because there's 55 teams out there from 15 different countries. So a very international fleet. Thank you for sorting that out, Virtual Eye. Well done. I tell you what, Ben, could we go and have a look at the Merkelbach? Can you show us where Merkelbach is? There's something Kathleen spotted earlier on. We're going to talk about that. So, okay, so Merkelbach, all the way over on the left-hand side. Explain why you think he's doing that, Kathleen.
Well, actually, I was a little surprised at that myself. It looked like there was a little bit of a left-hand shift coming into the mark there. I noticed that Torben's bow went down a little bit before he tacked. So for Merkelbach and Bartel to jibe right away after the mark, it was an interesting move. I don't know whether they saw more breeze over there, but it's also very risky because when they're jibing at the offset mark, they're sailing themselves back into some bad wind from the rest of the fleet that's still going from the windward mark to the offset mark, and you still have some boats also going upwind as well, and you have the chop and the wake from those boats. So it was very risky for them to jibe, but maybe they saw some pressure there and they wanted to. But most of the boats continued without jibing, which probably I would have done. But as I said, we're not out on the race course and we can't see what the wind is doing.
Right, and Merkelbach, the reigning European champion, has extended out 20 metres after that bum fight at the top mark. So whatever he did, wherever he did it, he looks like at the moment he's made a big gain. Great to see the Hungarian Tenke with sailing with Bezzaretti going so well in third, and the angry Xavier Rohart and probably the very tired Sebastian Guidou that had that problem at the top mark with another boat. They're up to second. Maybe the adrenaline's pumping on there. Torben Grail de Almeida up to fourth, and Lofsted and Sunderman, the Swedish pair that have come second and third in the last two Europeans, up to fifth, and the Ukrainians Kashini and Machetin going well. Lars Grail has come back up into the top 10 with sailing with Concalves, and another Brazilian pair, the third Brazilian pair in the top 10 at the moment, Gonzaga Neto and De Freitas in 8th. And as I say, that's just changing. Reynolds and Lambertenghi in the top 10, and also Poggi and Corsi. So as we're seeing the boats going downwind for the first time, we use quite a few of our interviews in the in those restarts that we had to keep going. But let's go to the aerial shot, Ben. We'll go for the complete overhead. We'll come to that in a minute, but the reason I wanted to go for the aerial shot is the fleet looks pretty spread out, Kathleen, eh?
Yeah, it's interesting. You've got leaders on all the edges. You've got some leaders in the middle of the course as well, which is something you usually don't see. You usually see them hedging from one side or the other, but as you said, they are very spread out. One of the things that's too bad we can't see here is how they're moving on the boat. There's been some changes in the star boats in recent years downwind, especially with the introduction of the Star Sailors League, where they allow them to do kinetics downwind. And what we mean by that is rocking the boats. The crews stand up, they hold onto the mast, and then they're rocking the boat, and then the skippers are also pumping the main sheet as well. But that type of kinetics is not allowed here in the European Championship. So you have some sailors who are in the habit of being more aggressive downwind, and I think during the practice race 2 days ago we had quite a few yellow flags, and then yesterday there was only one. So it is interesting, and it should be fairly flat water out there because we haven't had the breeze build yet. So in flat water you really can see the kinetics, and that's something that we can't see, but definitely more kinetics will help you go a bit faster if you can do it without the judges seeing you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Kathleen, for that insight. And yeah, downwind in the Star, the speed differential can be quite big. As a boat surfs down a wave, it can dramatically increase their boat speed. But now we have got that aerial shot, and we have Merkelbach leading. But yeah, you were talking about those yellow flags for a bit of kinetics, and yesterday we had a chat with Dino Pascalato that had a little bit of a controversial thing to say about that. Let's see what Dino had to say about yesterday.
We're talking to Dino Pascalato. You had a fantastic day on the water. Tell us about your day, Dino.
Wow, a bit lucky. 2 good starts, which is very, very important in this kind of race. And that's it. A lot of work and trying to take care of the yellow flag. Come on, those guys. Just looking at us all the time. A sort of intimidation. But it was okay.
So you're talking about, in the light airs, how, you're not allowed to pump and ooch.
Yeah. Normally and in my point of view, the guy who took the flag in the first race, he didn't deserve it. I was not unhappy because he was in my front, but I really think that was too tough. No need for it.
And in the second race, the breeze got up and you had to really fight for your position.
Yeah, much. First of all, we decided to go down in the waves by the leech, and almost don't using the jib at all. And it was a way of running the waves. And near the buoy we changed a little bit, and I think sped quite a bit. And then in the last beat, a lot of strength and hiking like a hell. For my age is not easy, but okay, it paid. A good place.
Okay, congratulations on a great day today.
Thank you.
Well, yes, a great day yesterday for Dino Pascalato and Henry Boateng. They're actually lying second overall at the start of this race, but I'm afraid Pascalato and Boning are lying 24th at the moment. And that little dig at the German pair about their kinetics yesterday, well, the Merkelbach's up to third, so the German pair, Merkelbach and Bartel, having a much better day than Dino today. So yeah, as we look at it, Torben Grael, De Almeida are leading by just 3 meters from Merkelbach and Bartel. And Rohart and Guido, the places are changing so fast. I mean, we're looking at a very, very tight leeward mark here between Lofsted, Sunderman, Rohart, Gudu, Merkelbach, Bartel, Grael, De Almeida and Tenka and Bezzaretti. We're going to have 5 boats converging on this gate. So, Kathleen, they're how far out are they, Ben? Can we put that up? Just going to see how far they got to go. Okay, so a fair bit out. What are these boats thinking? What are the tactics you could put into play, Kathleen?
Right now, they're just trying to go fast. They're trying literally every half a meter they can gain the boat next to them makes the biggest difference when they're coming up to the leeward mark. So they're making sure that the air is clear behind them, and they're just trying to go fast. And to do that, the skippers want to go fast and sail low because that'll get them to the mark sooner. And then, as we were talking about before, they can do various forms of kinetics. And there is some kinetics you can do which are within the rules. 1 pump per wave on the main sheet, and they've got a massive mainsail, so that 1 pump can actually do quite a bit. Rocking the body with the pump is not legal, but it also makes you go faster. And then the crews are often, at this point, you can't see them, but they're standing on the bows and helping to rock the boat as well. And then with the crews moving their weight fore and aft in the boat can help the boat surf down the waves. As we said, they're very heavy boats, and the crew moving the weight backwards or forward can get that heavy bow to punch down a wave or surf up a wave downwind. So it's really important to be driving as fast as you can, and then the crews who are standing up have a much better view of the race course from behind, and not only looking forward to help the skipper drive the boat with down the wave using their weight, but they're also looking behind, making sure they have clean air and looking for the breeze behind them. And that's not something that we can see here on the screen. We can't really tell what the breeze is doing. We can only look at the angles of the boats to figure out which way the breeze has gone.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. And talking about clear air, Torben Grael and Concalves taking a very similar line to Lofted Sunderman, attacking from the back there, looking to get through. We've got about 330 metres to go as these boats approach the leeward gate, and as many viewers will know, they can choose which one of the marks they go round, and it looks as though the split between those 5, it's Lofsted, Grael de Almedia and Merkelbach and Bartel look like they're going to the right-hand mark as we look at it up the course, and Rohard and Guido look like they're lined up for the left-hand side. So just talk us through it. We've now only got 200 metres to go. When do you decide which side to go for, Kathleen?
You know, it doesn't matter how long you've been sailing. That is always the trick question coming into the leeward gate. And looking at the distances here, it's like the rich are getting richer. Those who are in front are gaining more and more every minute on the boats behind them. Choosing a gate, you're looking at a few things. If you're in the front, you're trying to figure out which way the wind has shifted so that when you round the mark, you're on the lift attack. And in other words, your boat is pointing when you round up wind, your boat is pointing as close to the windward mark as possible. So you want to be, again, in phase on the lift attack with a very high angle to go upwind. And also, you know, no race committee is perfect. There's usually one boat, one mark that is more favored, meaning more upwind than another. So you have to figure out if the marks are even or not.
Thank you, Kathleen. And, well, here we go. And I believe we have Raquel Vitello at the leeward gate. Raquel, what's going on?
I'm at the bottom gate, as you said, and the wind that went a bit down, it slowed down. It's picking up a bit of down here. And as you said, Xavier went first on the left-hand side mark, followed by Torben Grael. Most of the fleet is actually, the fleet is splitting in half. As I said, we don't understand why, but the wind that should have increased in intensity is actually going down a little bit. Maybe it's due to some clouds that we see over the mountains around the Gulf. But down here is picking up a little bit, and the sea is breaking into little waves again. The crews are actually... Oh, there's a 360 going on by the Austrian boat. So bow number 37, they had a 360. They're actually going for a 720. Okay, so we'll find out why they're doing it. the mark.
Yeah,
Maybe they touched the buoy.
fantastic. And Raquel,
They're
tell
going
us, there's a
up
lot of boats, going around right now. It looks like it's real congestion there.
Yes, not so much, I have to say. They're easily splitting in half. I think these Austrian boats did not probably they hit the mark, so there is a bit of confusion closer to the mark. Of course, we can't get too close, but the jury is there and is doing a hard job, probably because the wind is picking up and the boats are close. But no, other than that, I'm seeing everything going very smoothly. The wind is not as big as I said, so there's a lot of shouting here. Well, yes, there is starboard giving water thing, but they sorted it without calling in the jury. So the last boats are coming in, and we can see why their boats are not probably the best position. This German boat, actually it's an Italian boat, it's got the mast very towards the bow, and maybe they thought the wind wasn't so strong. So their jib was kind of flapping around. Now they're set to go upwind again. So I think every boat has rounded the gate. It's very wavy on the ribs today, very wet. It's quite wild out here at the moment. And there are more spectator boats than yesterday, so people in Gaeta are actually starting to follow more and more this European Championship.
Yes,
and
it's
we're
the
going
beginning of
upwind with the boat.
Thank you very much, Raquel. And it's the beginning of the weekend here. Why not? As long as you behave yourselves out there, please stay off the course. But you're very welcome to come and watch. So now, if we can go back to the scoreboard to see who's number one there, please, Ben. Thank you. And so we've now got all the boats round, just about. 40 minutes into the race, I'd definitely be huffing and puffing. And if we can then go to the aerial view so we can see this. And I'm going to just let Kathleen go on. You're doing an incredible job. You've never done this before, have you?
No, I'm too busy sailing. We did see something interesting at the gate. Lars Grail rounded the left-hand gate facing downwind and tacked immediately and went over to the left-hand side of the course, whereas almost every other boat that rounded that gate mark continued to go straight to the right-hand side. And it seemed to work out for Lars. He made a big jump in the standings here, but didn't keep going far to the left-hand side. He tacked back right, and he's going back towards the right side of the course with a pretty good angle and was able to jump quite a few boats, but he was the only boat to tack right at the gate, and it worked.
Okay, thank you for that insight, Kathleen. Rohart Giddu, top of the leaderboard, only just from Lofsted and Sunderman, who are having a great race, the Swedish pair. And Merkelbach and Bartel, it's pretty hard to get those guys out of the top three. They're incredibly consistent, but they are a fair bit behind Rohart and Giddu as we look at. So as we see, just getting my coordination right. So the Lofsted and Sunderman are right on the right-hand side. Again, Rohart and Giddu. He liked what happened on that first beat. He's taken up a very similar position, maybe a bit more to the centre actually, and then Merkelbach and Bartel over on the right. But as Kathleen pointed out, Lars Grail and Goncalves, they've come right back into it here and taken up a central position. And just to remind you all, we're on the third leg of race 3, and there'll be one more leg after this. And Kathleen, another thing you'd like to point out, go for it.
I've just noticed that almost everybody here is on port tack, so the boats are just trying to go fast. And obviously, if everybody is on port tack, it means that there's been a left shift. And you've got Torben pretty far out on the left-hand side, but when the wind does shift back right, Merkelbach and Bartel, Reynolds, and the people who are on the right will have an advantage. And as we mentioned earlier on, it's really important what that last shift is coming up to the ley line.
Yeah, good point. And, let's explain, why and what a shift is. So a shift is a change in the direction of the wind. That's often a gust. That's often more pressure. So if you get in that shift early...
Yeah, the wind is never constant. People who are on the land don't pay as much attention to wind as other people, but sailors are always looking at what the wind is doing. And wind shifts can be 5 degrees, 10 degrees, and usually a sailor won't tack on a shift until they've seen about a steady 10 to 10 degree shift. And they'll wait for it, and that helps them once they tack build leverage. And when the wind shifts, you always want to be on the tack or going in the direction that your bow is pointing closest to the next mark. And so only starboard tack or port tack, one of them is going to be on lifted tack. So if you're lifted on port tack, the person who's on starboard tack going the opposite direction is actually losing on you the whole time. And the wind is never constant. In this case, the shifts are going back and forth, kind of like the ticking of a clock, but at a very slow pace. They're not fast shifts today. In gusty days, you'll have very fast shifts, but today they're gradual shifts back and forth, and that's what the skippers are choosing to tack on and change direction to gain an advantage on the other boats.
And, if I may suggest as well, to the top of this leg, to the top of the windward leg, we're getting closer to that land. We're getting closer to the effects of that land, which would tend to mean that you are going to see the wind going towards the land itself. I don't know. You were out there yesterday, Kathleen. Am I talking rubbish?
No. The windward mark is closer to the peninsula here where the old city of Gaeta is. And as they come up to the windward mark, there tends to be a right-hand shift. And I don't know that the sea breeze has filled in yet, but that could make an even more prominent right-hand shift. But it tends to be right up at the mark. But as we've said, people have been anticipating that and getting themselves to the right-hand side. And then they're all stacking up on the right-hand side, and then you have people overstanding. But they're learning their lesson.
Yeah, and I'm learning mine. At the top of the leaderboard, Lofsted and Sunderman. I apologise to the entire Finnish nation. Sunderman is from Finland, not from Sweden. So Thomas Lofsted certainly is from Sweden, and the young Finn Sunderman, they're crewing for him. And if they can hold on, they'll be very happy with that. But as we speak, Rohart and Giddu are now at the front on our virtual eye 3D display. And Merkelbach and Bartel. Merkelbach, he's like a Rottweiler, isn't he? We just can't get that guy out of the top three. Below them we have in fourth, we have Lars Grail, who's just moved up to fourth place. There's a great leg here for Lars Grail from that move at the bottom mark. And then Torben Grail and Dale Meddy are in fifth. So, Ben, if you can just show us the distance to that top mark, the last windward leg of race 3. It's great. This Ben's basically controlling 6 virtual cameras. It's like having your own helicopter, Ben, isn't it? Oh, he's grinning on that one, I can tell you. And yeah, so what I want to do now, we've got 0.8 of a nautical mile, so we're halfway up this beat. And Kathleen, you've spotted some movement going on in the fleet a little further down. Tell us about it.
Well, I was just saying that we've got Kashina and Mechitin in 6th place, and they were nowhere in our results yesterday, and they're definitely doing a good job holding their own. They've been in the top 10 for the whole race. So it's good to see some new faces up there. It's not hard when you're surrounded by people like the Grails and Augie Diaz, Mark Reynolds, Xavier Rohart. It's tough being up there, and they are definitely holding their own and sailing fast and smart.
Yeah, very good point. Yesterday, the Ukrainian pair of Denis Kashina and Dmitro Mechitin, 22-21 yesterday. So they were 22nd overall. They're going to be shooting up the leaderboard if they can stay in that 6th position. And Augie Diaz and Bruno Parda, 2 fifths yesterday. They've got a bit of catching up to do to get another 5th today. Kathleen, what do you say to that?
Well, they've been climbing their way up the ranks today all through the race. I think they rounded the windward mark maybe in 20th position, and right now they're sitting in 7th. They're just plucking away at boats one at a time. They've gained a lot on this last beat. So sailing pretty smart, and I think, the first race of the day is pretty tough trying to get your speed dialed in, and so I think a lot of these sailors will actually start sailing better the more the race goes on, which only makes it harder for everyone out there. But definitely they've climbed up 13 places already. But it is, with the distance right now, they're 103 meters away from the lead. It'll be interesting to see how much further they can climb. It gets harder and harder the closer you get to the top of the fleet.
Yeah, indeed, and we have got quite a big race course here, but with 55 boats out there, it's not just about shifts, is it? There's boat on boat. There's all sorts of tactics. I once had heard sailing described as 3D chess with press ups, and give us one of the Ds. The boat on boat stuff. What do you feel going on out there?
Well, boat on boat is usually what people focus on the most, and unfortunately, it's actually the big picture that you need to be looking at. You're definitely trying to stay in front of the boat to off your back into the boat to leeward of you, going fast. And it's interesting. There's people who will sail very high, meaning a high angle, and there's other people who are speed people who put their bow down. And if you're a person who points high and you're next to somebody who goes low, there's a problem. So you're always trying to find a balance with the group around you. And sometimes you might have a boat off your back who wants to keep going straight and you want to tack, and you just wish they were thinking like you and they would tack so you didn't have to slow down and tack. So that's the game of the boats around you. And then you're also focusing on the boats on your side and then looking at the big picture, what the next puff is going to be and where that's going to be from, and try to get yourself as close to that puff as possible. So it's definitely a chess game with some weather thrown into it as well.
Yes, thank you for that. And there's an awesome battle at the front of race 3 here. Lofsted and Sunderman up against Rohart and Guido, and those two have got about 20 metres on Merkelbach in 3rd. So they'll both be looking like going for the bullet. They've both got young crews, highly experienced helmsman. So you're talking about the big picture there. We've got 7 races here, and these two are only playing for 1 point. Are you telling me they're not going to be going hard for a bullet for that race win?
They'll definitely be going hard for the bullet, but it's interesting. You still have to be conservative. When you're in the front, you can't take too many risks, because in this regatta, a first is as good as a second. We heard Mark Reynolds talk earlier in his interview how he was just hoping to be top 10. And when you have such a high caliber sailor in the top 10, you really want to be getting top 5 finishes consistently. Consistency in a regatta like this is going to win you the game. But you do have to fight for every meter, every half meter, because in the end, I can't tell you how many races people lose by just, a meter. And so every time you can push a boat down a wave, every time you can make somebody tack away from you or just slow them down, it's going to help you in the end.
Thank you, Kathleen. And just looking at Virtual Light, look at Lofsted and Sunderman's track. You see that big dip in it. Let's try and just do a little, can we do a rewind there, Ben? Is that possible? Just take it back about, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. Bit further. Okay. Thank you. We just so you know, Virtual Eye is very accurate, but it's going up to space and back. So don't worry, they haven't hit each other, promise. But there you go. There is, I would say, looking at the track, Lofsted ducking Merkelbach. And look at the leaderboard. Yes, Merkelbach now ahead of Lofsted. And the real rich guy out of that is Rohart and Guido. So a boat on boat there with and oh, hello there. Yes, thank you, Rod, pointing that out. It looks like a penalty turn for Lofsted. That's one turn. Is it one turn or is it two turns? It's two turns. So he's copped it there, and I would hazard a guess that was in that port starboard with Merkelbach and Bartel, and unfortunately for Lofsted and Sunderman, they have dropped down the rankings because of that. And there you go, just one little mistake, and they went from first to 8th, giving up 120 metres. And as we say, Rohart and Guido weren't involved in any of that at all, and they are now leading the race 3 from Merkelbach and Bartel now by 11 metres. And in third place we have Lars Grael, yesterday's winner, racing with Samuel Goncalves up into third, and his brother Lars Grael and De Almeida up into fourth. Diaz and Prada now up to fifth. Tenke and Bezaretti, my word, the Hungarian skipper there is having a great race today, in sixth, being closely followed by Reynolds and Lambertengi. Literally as we say it, the two are swapping on the leaderboard. So Ben, thank you very much for that replay. That was excellent. And there we have it, 538 metres to go. Ben, was that? Could you just see how far we got to go to the top mark? There we go, just under 500 metres to the top mark. And the Virtual Eye just catching up on the numbers there. But Rohart and Guido and Merkelbach and Bartel, who's it going to be to that top mark first? Exciting stuff. Just one more leg after this, just to remind you. Okay, Rod here is looking at the raw data going to Virtual Eye, and we're just replaying another close tacking incident. Rohart and Guido, Merkelbach and Bartel, and Rohart ducking Merkelbach into first. There's two boat on boats that has bounced Merkelbach up into first place. And Kathleen, what does that, okay, they have to dip, but has that put them out of phase?
No, actually, that's it's interesting. It seems to be that with Rohart choosing to duck Merkelbach, that Xavier believes that the wind is going to continue to go a little bit more right, and right now I believe he's thinking he's going to build advantage and be lifted coming into the mark. It is interesting because almost all the rest of the leaders are on the other tack right now, on starboard tack, and Xavier is one of the only leaders on port tack, just tacking now onto starboard once more.
Thank you for that. I'm learning loads here. I should be working with you more often, Kathleen. Yeah, because I always thought a boat ducks another boat. hey, he's lost out. But what you're saying is he wanted to go over there anyway.
Yeah, he would definitely have a reason for choosing to duck. And a starboat, because it is heavy, has a lot of momentum. If you're going to tack, it takes you a lot of time to build your speed up again. But I believe that Xavier thought that he was going to have an advantage, that the wind was going to go further right, and he would take advantage of that by ducking Merkelbach.
And I guess also on final approach, Xavier and Guido are going to tack back. They'll be on starboard.
Correct.
So you'd rather take the hit, the one tap back, than the one at the mark?
Yeah, right now Xavier is on starboard tack and Merkelbach is on port. So when they come together again, if they're close enough, Xavier has the right of way and the advantage. Now, if the wind happens to go left, it'll be Merkelbach who will gain. So we'll just have to wait and see. It's a game of chess.
It certainly is, isn't it? And so as we're approaching that final top mark with Merkelbach and Rohart converging literally on it, 0 meters between them. Raquel Vitello, talk us round this last top mark rounding.
Yes, we are approaching the top mark with them, and well, the wind here is a bit stronger than downwind at the gate, and well, as you said, we have Xavier Roart ahead of the fleet, but fighting hard with Merkelbach. They're actually talking. Looks like a match race at the moment, because even though it's on the other, they would be on the other mark rounding. Now they're both in ley line, reaching for the first of the 2 top marks, and Rohart is ahead, and they're happier than the past top mark. So rounding now the first mark, Sebastian Guidou is doing what the crew does at this time, so preparing the sails for the downwind leg. Behind him, Merkelbach, they don't look too relaxed. They're doing lots of things on board, pulling strings and doing things. They're set now. I have to say, Xavier is must be very warm because he's just wearing a T-shirt compared to the rest of the fleet. They're all very dressed up. So it must be the French internal heat. So Lars Grael is nicely going downwind, no jibing for him. Both Rohart and Merkelbach jibe just after the rounding. Does the same thing Torben Grael, yes, jibing behind the first 2 boats, and then an American boat, and now the whole fleet is actually coming by. And well, no shouting, no mess up here. Just a Brazilian boat here, 8390. They had a bit of a problem. They went straight after the boat, the mark for a bit, but now they're set going towards the second mark. So as I said, no shouting, no hustle so far. Just a bit of a mess now for this other Brazilian boat. The bowman went for a dive, but he went for a dive, but never getting off the boat. And now it's the Colanino father and son boat from Gaeta Yacht Club going by. They're doing well, consider that the bowman is Nando Colanino's son, very young and I said very light. So with this kind of wind, they should be penalized a bit, but they're doing well.
Okay, thank you,
So
Raquel.
that's pretty much it up here.
Thank you very much. And what's the weather like, Raquel?
Well, the wind, as I said, is a bit stronger up here at the top mark, and somehow it gets lighter down at the gate. But it's steady, and well, the forecast say that it should increase. This Italian boat just touched the top mark, so they're probably gonna have a penalty. We have some clouds over the mountains. This is probably affecting the thermal breeze coming strong and nicely. But overall, is good conditions. The sea is actually a bit getting rougher and rougher. So I'm waiting for the Italian boat to have a 360. Oh, it's actually Luca Simeone, president of Yacht Club Gaeta, doing the penalty, because they did touch the first mark. So that's too bad for the local president here. And they're off. They're off.
Okay.
They did it.
Hey, Raquel, fantastic information there at that last top mark. And we're watching the rest of the fleet go down, but there's one hell of a battle up at the front of this yacht race, the race 3 of the Star European Championships. We're just going to scroll down through so all the viewers can see all of their racers out there. Not just concentrating on the top 20, but I tell you what, we've got a treat for you shortly. One of the fantastic aspects of 3D animation with Virtual Eye is we can do action replays. Yeah, we can do action replays, so we can show that top mark where Merkelbach and Rohart came together at the last. And if you remember, Merkelbach had made 2 boats duck him on the approach to that. So we're going to take you back and rewind Virtual Eye, and I'm going to ask Kathleen to talk us through it. She's doing a damn good job here. First time she's done this, but we're gonna talk through this and see what's going on from an Olympic yacht racer's point of view. So yeah, here we go.
Okay, I think if you'll remember, prior to this, Xavier Rohart had actually is this it?
Yeah. So I'll explain. This was the first duck. So why has Rohart tacked again?
Okay, so prior to this, Rohart had actually ducked Merkelbach to gain advantage on the right-hand side, so that when they came up to the ley line, he would be on starboard. And then as soon as Merkelbach went to duck him, Xavier tacked on top of him, basically to control him. And it is a match racing here at the top. So right now, Merkelbach could not tack until Xavier tacked back on the ley line. And actually, they're overstood on the ley line, so Merkelbach would never go further than that, and he has no choice but to follow Xavier and Guido into the mark. And that's what happened. Now, surprisingly enough, Merkelbach and Bartel did a great job handling this, and I think the lead of Xavier at the windward mark was only about 3 meters, which is incredible considering how much boat handling they just did it in the last few meters of upwind leg. So Merkelbach and Bartel handled that very well. But in the end, Rohart and Guido ended up with the advantage. And they both jibed at the windward mark, whereas the rest of the boats, aside from Torben, they continued to go straight. So it'll be interesting to see here in the end, because Merkelbach and Torben Grell continued jibed, and the rest of the fleet went straight. So we're just waiting to catch up with them now.
This is great, isn't it? You can just rewind it, have a look, jump forward again. Are we back to live now, guys? We're going to be back up to live very soon. And there we go. There's the scores on the doors for 30 down to, I think we'll go down to 54, I believe. So we'll just show you that. We'll go back to the live shortly. Okay, well, there we have it. Just let it all settle down a bit, and we're live now. So, just over an hour and 7 minutes into the race, Rohart and Guido at the top, 37 meters on Merkelbach and Bartel. That's an interesting jump. They were obviously together or very close together. Top mark 30 meters. How do they make that?
Well, as we mentioned, both Merkelbach and Rohart and Torben Grael jimed immediately at the windward mark. Xavier and Guidu actually jibed back out of there and went to the right side of the course. So they were the first of the two to jibe. And whether it was because of wind or a shift, we can't tell from here, but definitely they gained considerably by jibing back and going to the right versus Merkelbach and Bartel.
Thank you for that, Kathleen. And yeah, that gap's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They're up to 50 metres ahead on this last leg of race 3 on the downwind finish. So at the moment, Rohart and Guidu, they posted a 2nd and a 7th yesterday, and they look like they're going to be posting a 1st in race 3. Merkelbach and Bartel 2nd. The southern Germans there, 62 metres behind. That I believe is that's live. That's 62 metres. Yeah, that's thank you. And then yeah, Lars Grael, the current leader for this regatta, in 3rd, racing with Samuel Goncalves, and in 4th, his brother Torben Grael racing with De Almeida, and Diaz and Prada in 5th place. They scored 2 5ths yesterday as well. And then it's quite a gap we're looking at from there. So I would say it's an interesting fight between 2nd to 5th. And there's scalps to be had there. Would you agree with me, Kathleen?
You know, it gets to this point in the game, it's very hard to gain distance. As downwind, the rich get richer. But downwind, the wind is also coming from behind. So if there's an increase in velocity on one side, the boats from behind will gain velocity sooner and catch up to the boats in front. But coming around the first boats around the windward mark, they just gain more distance on the boat behind them. So it is difficult. But right now you've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th place boats very close to one another. And it will really come down to a shift at the end of this leg and the right time to jibe and the ley line. And that is very difficult to call.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. And if you could put up the meters to go, please, Ben, that would be great. Okay, so under 1,000 meters to go. We heard from Raquel that the wind speed there, it's around 10, 11 knots at the moment. And could you put up the boat speeds as well, please, Ben? It's like a magic wand, this, Kathleen, isn't it? It's brilliant. So there we go. There's definitely breeze out there. These boats are hitting 8 knots of boat speed. So it looks like that sea breeze is building. Why would the sea breeze tend to build as the day goes on, Kathleen?
Well, it's really interesting, and fortunately here in Gaeta and Formia, you can see what's happening easily because you have the mountains, and the land behind the mountains heats up, and you see these big billowing clouds. A couple days ago, they actually brought thunder, but they get really dark, and they raise higher and higher above the mountains there, coming in from the valleys behind. And that's just the land heating up, and it sucks in the air, and you get the thermal. I'm definitely not a weather person, but when you're out there, you can see it happening. It's very apparent. They're almost like thunderclouds over those big mountains that you can see right there.
Okay, Thea, thank you for that. And let's go back to meters to the lead, please, Ben. Sorry, meters to the lead. There we go, up on the graphic there. 58, as you say, the rich getting richer. But there's a real chunky battle going on between the Grail brothers there, isn't there? They're neck and neck. Merkelbach and Bartel holding on to 2nd. Let's just have a look. Can we have the finish line at the top of the screen, please, Ben? Just want to look down and see what angles these guys are sailing. So Diaz and Prada, how far are they behind Grael and Concalves? Only 20 meters. would Diaz and Prada be affecting Grail and Goncalves' win from that distance?
No, right here it would be really hard for them if there's a shift. If Augie were to go high on Lars and Samuel, then yes, he could do that. But he's also concerned about the boats around him right now. Even though, wow, the next boat is 100 meters behind. That is something that Augie can do. But if the right side of the finish is favored, facing downwind, Augie can actually make some gains here. Because the rest, he's got all the boats to the left of him. If it were somehow to happen that the right side was favored, we can't really tell by looking at the screen, but like most marks, they're not 100% accurate. So there could be one in the finish line that is favored over the other, and if it happened to be that the right side was favored, Diaz and Prada could gain.
Okay, and thank you very much. Ben, just to confirm, the 50 metres we can see there, that's the distance from Rohart and Guido in first place, yeah, to second place Merkelbach and Bartel. Under 200 metres to go to the finish of race 3, and barring a complete disaster, it's going to be Vive la France, Vive la Suisse for Rohart and Guido that are leading the fleet in. And I don't know, Guido, he's 26 years of age, Kathleen. He's going to be a bit starry-eyed, isn't he?
He's got a lot more work in front of him. These starboats are tough, especially on the crew. And when the sea breeze fills in for that second race, he won't be feeling so young. But I have noticed looking downwind here, it seems that facing downwind, the right-hand side has had a lot more pressure because we've seen the boats further to the left-hand side facing downwind have gained. So you're seeing Xavier's lead even bigger, Merkelbach's lead even bigger, and the boats that are more to the other side losing.
Thank you, Kathleen. I think we got Rachele Vitello.
Yes, I'm here at the arrival lane, and something funny and at the same time very cruel just happened. So after Xavier Roald and Sebastian Guidou crossed the line, and they were very happy. Then the jury here on the pin of the line had Merkelbach take a penalty turn because they were, pumping the boat when you push the boat from one side to the other to make it go faster.
Oh wow!
What's the English word for that?
That'll do.
So
that'll do.
Actually,
yeah, that'll do,
they're
Raquel.
actually doing a 720. So they're not even third after Torben. They lost so many points here. They must be not very happy about it. So yeah, passing by us on the race, and he's screaming in German, so I can't quite understand what he's saying. But certainly, is angry at the jury. It's very difficult to say who's actually doing that and not, because all of the boats are actually dangling from one side to the other. So, I wasn't really here, so I can't judge. But if they had him take a penalty, probably he did something that he shouldn't have done, I suppose.
Kelly, thank you for being our eyes and ears out there. I'm glad you don't understand German from the sound of it. Just to say, there was a little flash up there on the scoreboard that's now been corrected. So we have winner of race 3 at the Star European Championships, Rohart and Guidou. In second place, we have Torben Grael and De Almeida. And in third place, we have Grael, that's Lars Grael, and Goncalves in third. And we have in fourth, Augie Diaz, originally from Cuba, sailing under the USA flag, and Bruno Prada from Brazil. In fifth, Lofsted, Sweden, with the Finn Sunderman. And sixth, a big hooray for Hungary. Well done, Tenki. A fantastic effort with his crew, Bezzaretti. And seventh, Mark Reynolds. Another consistent race from Mark Reynolds, sailing with Sergio Lambertenghi. In eighth, Merkelbach and Bartel after that 7:20 right at the finish, we believe, for a kinetic infringement. In ninth, Gonzaga, Neto, and De Freitas. They had a good day yesterday, and surprising from the Brazilian pair. And 10th, Kashina and Mechitin from the Ukraine, who had a great race today. So we're going to let Virtual Eye run you through all of the finishers as they're coming in on race 3. And we're going to take a little bit of a breather, but we believe Peter Luigi DiReggio said to us he's going to flip them round pretty fast today, the race officer. So we won't be away for too long, but we'll just let you watch the finish of race 3. Ciao for now. Okay, well, we're back in the room with Virtual Iron. Just 3 minutes to go to the start of race 4 at the Star European Championships. We've done a quick piece of maths, and Lars Grael and Samuel Gonçalves are still leading this championship, but that spectacular bullet from Xavier Rohart and Sebastian Guidou has put them up into second place. So we've just got 2.5 minutes to go to the start, and the commentary will start very shortly. We can see a lot of boats up at the committee boat end, and Rod's just pointing out that we have a boat in the distance. We're just going to zoom in on, watch that pink dot. Who's going home? I don't believe it. Rohart and Guidou are going in. We don't know why. We'll try and find out for you. But after that bullet in race 3, Rohart and Guidou look like they're not taking part. There's another one going in as well. Hey, we had a black flag that last race, hey? We don't know. Fusco and Matucci also going in. We'll find out why, but we don't know at the moment. But 2 boats going in, and race 3 was a black flag. So high drama here in Gaeta. Let's go back to business. 1 minute and just under 30 seconds to go to the start of race 4. And again, we've got a lot of boats hovering around the committee boat end. And we'll just count it down to 1 minute, and I'm going to hand over to Kathleen Tock, who's been doing a fantastic job here. Again, a member of the USA sailing team in the windsurfer. A lot of experience in the snipe with Audi Diaz. But over to you, Kathleen, with just 50 seconds to go.
We've actually got some boats down here on the leeward end, the pin end, jockeying for position. But it looks fairly loaded up at the boat end, with the middle being very open. And definitely with the 2 restarts, general recalls, and the black flag in the previous race, people are definitely not being as aggressive as they were earlier. We're seeing them a lot further back from the line. But definitely there's a big pack of boats at the boat end. But we have some people also jockeying who really want a pin end start. Now, with the race being favored a little bit more to the right, the last race, that might explain why some of the people are at the boat end. But we've got a lot of our leaders down here at the pin end. Looks like we have the Swedes, we've got the Grails, and we have, let's see, another American boat down here. Looks like Reynolds and Lambertini with a great start, as well as the Swedes. We have a few boats down in the middle also with a very good start. It looks like another Brazilian boat. I can't tell who it is, but definitely Reynolds and Sundman on the pin end. Great starts, and right now leading the race. So that's Lofsted and Sundman and Reynolds and Lambertini with pin end starts and taking the lead.
Thank you, Kathleen. And as you pointed out earlier on, winning that pin, going left, if the right is favourite, they need that speed to cross the fleet if they're going to do it on port tack. And at the moment, Reynolds and Lambertini inside them. I wouldn't like to be trying to get faster than Mark Reynolds. But out on the water, we have Raquel Vitello. Raquel, can you tell us what you can see?
Well, it was a very quiet and very conservative start. Everybody was very worried about the black flag, so it was a slow start. You said I was on the pin, and as you said, Lars Grael decided to go this side, so he's staying on the left. But most of the fleet are choosing the right, the side that is actually paying so far. Usually the thermal breeze goes a bit towards the right during the afternoon, but it wasn't so yesterday. So actually, I mean, we'll see what happens today. So it was a clear start. It was very conservative. The wind is picking up is about 15 to 16 knots. The sky is clear. We still have those clouds around the mountains, but they're not bothering too much at the moment. And the waves
Raquel,
are actually getting a bit bigger.
Raquel, do you have any idea why Rohart and Guido have headed back towards shore?
Are they heading back towards shore?
Yes,
No,
they have left the course. We don't know why. And obviously, you're in the dark as well. So we'll try and find out on that. But as you rightly point out, the left-hand side on Virtual Eye looks like it's paying quite substantially at the moment. And just take us back to the weather, Raquel. What sort of wind speed can you see right now?
As I said, about 15 to 17 knots. It's a bit comes and goes. It's not very steady, but it's around 15 knots with some puffs over 17. The waves are actually getting bigger. The direction is the usual thermal breeze direction, so about 235 to 45. So if you look at the Mount Orlando, which is on the right hand side of the course, it's coming from his left. So from let's say southwest. So that's direction. In Italian would be libeccio, but here it's just a thermal breeze. It comes from that way. And as I said, usually it's stronger on the right hand side, and it gets stronger turning on that side during the day. But yesterday, the left side actually was better. So it's probably because it's early June, so the thermal breeze is not set up perfectly yet. But today it's very hot out here, so we're around 30 degrees, I would say, and this should have the thermal breeze set to the traditional way. So I would probably stay on the right, even though, from my point of view, the left-hand side of the fleet is going faster and more. The main is more angled.
Okay, Raquel, thank you very much for giving us your eyes on the water there. And we will go back to Virtual Eye with 1 mile to go to that first top mark. And Ben, we know that Lostod and Suman are on the left-hand side, and Reynolds and Lambertenghi. Let's try and find Pascalato and Boning, and maybe Grail and Goncalves in fourth. Whereabouts are they? Let's have a look for Pascalato. He looks like he's having a better start this one. Here we go with Virtual. And there we go. They're on the left. And, also, can you look for Grail and Goncalves? Oh, there they are as well. So, Virtual Eye is definitely saying the left-hand side is paying in this start. And how has that changed, Kathleen? How come? Or maybe is it early in this? What's your opinion?
Actually, I can't tell from here, but I can guess a few things. Number one is maybe the pin end might have been slightly favored, but also yesterday when the breeze filled in, it was filled in a lot stronger on the left-hand side, but that's also coupled by a right-hand shift. So if these guys are on the left and more breeze, they're really waiting for a substantial shift to get themselves back to the right side of the course, and they have to be very patient in doing that. But right now, I would guess that they're just in more pressure, and more pressure means that they're going faster and they have a higher angle. But as we've said before, there tends to be a right-hand shift up towards the windward mark, so at some point they have to march across the course, and they're going to wait for their bows to head down and tack on that shift to go back. But right now, the leaders are on the left side of the course, and that's the most important thing. You want to be covering the people who are in the rankings around you. If you're on the left-hand side going fast, but the person who's one place behind you in the standings is far on the far right-hand side, there's not a lot you can do. But knowing that the leaders are all with you on that side makes you feel a little bit more comfortable being out there. So we've just had Reynolds and Lambertini tack over onto Port Tack, they're crossing, and also the Swedes have just tacked. So it looks like there might have been a shift, and they're going back, and it's now where we really see how this is going to pan out, whether they're going to be crossing the boats that play the right-hand side of the course.
Beautifully put, Kathleen, and let's just see how that develops on the leaderboard. We're just 7 minutes into race 4, nearly 8 minutes now. And just to recap for people who've just joined us, this is race 4 of the Star European Championships, the second race of the day, and scheduled to be the last race of the day. It isn't necessarily, but we think it's likely to be the last race of the day. And the winner of race 3, that was Rohart and Guidu, inexplicably at the moment have not started this race. They have gone in, if you're wondering where they are on the leaderboard. So we're watching the fleet now, and as Kathleen's just explained, the left-hand side of the race course has paid to start with, and we're starting to see boats tacking over, and then we'll get a better idea when the gauge shortens on that. And interestingly, we have a change at the top of the leaderboard, and I'm going to ask for Ben. Can you let's have a look at the top mark where it is, and if you just pan out a little bit or go aerial, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, it's interesting that Grael and Gonsalves, they're on the left-hand side of the course, and we saw Lofstedt and Sudman tack onto Port Tack and cross the fleet, whereas Grael and Gonsalves stayed to the left side, and within just a minute they had already gained 11-20 meters on the boats that had tacked to try to cross the fleet. So they've stayed a little bit longer out on the left, and that seems to pay, but they've got to make their way back to the other side, and we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, so Lars Grael pretty sure of his conviction. He liked the left all the way yesterday, and as you say, he stayed on there, and he's made a good gain on the boat that, let's say, won that start, which was the Swedish skipper there, who seems to have dropped off the rankings totally at the moment. We'll find out why that is. But yes, with under a mile to go on this first beat. And yeah, one thing I wanted to talk to Kathleen about was the physicality of this. These guys have now been racing for some time, and does fitness, strength, stamina start to play now?
Definitely it comes into play, especially with this sea breeze filling, and it becomes a lot of work for both the skipper and the crew. And star races are a lot longer than a lot other. A star is essentially, it's a keelboat, but it's sailed more like a dinghy. It's very physical. You have two men on a very large boat with a lot of sail area, and then added with the wind strength and the waves, both the skipper and the crew are working very hard. The skipper's hiking. There's a lot more load on the main sheet, and the crew is using their bodies to go fast. And just even the general recalls that they add to the time on the water for these sailors. It's a nice day. It's sunny, so you can lose track. But these are long race courses. They're keelboat race courses, but these are men sailing a keelboat by themselves. So it's a very long distance, and it's very physical. And they don't get a breakdown wind either. You've got the crews are working hard, the skippers are working hard. They're not putting up a spinnaker and flying downwind on the waves. They're working for every bit of speed that they have. And they're heavy boats that require a lot of work. A skipper can go out and hike and straight leg, and it doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, it helps, but it's really hard. You know, I think it's 1,000-pound boat to hike that flat. So yeah, physicality is definitely, by the second race of long courses, a very big part in the game right now.
Thank you. And looking at Virtual Eye, we've had a change in the leaderboard, and it looks like the right has really come good here. We have Brignoni and Sansoni. I'm terribly sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly there. But on the right-hand side now, according to Virtual Eye, they're 10 meters ahead of the Martin and Bezzaretti. Wow, the Hungarians having a great day. And we've got some new people up on the top of the leaderboard. Lupoli, the Italian, he's up to third. So, big shift going. And hey, Kathleen's punching the air for the Ukrainians. Well,
it's their second race up there in the top, and so it's nice to see some different flags besides the United States and Brazil up there. Definitely the Ukrainians. The Swiss had a good start, but it's a long race ahead of.
Yeah, and just looking over that right-hand side, which seems to pay, and at the moment, and Torben Grail's over there with Dalmedia, and we'll see if he's going to start jumping up that leaderboard as well. I tell you what, Ben, if we could just see how far we've got to that top mark. Just 0.6 of a nautical mile to go, just over 1,000 meters. And I have to give another massive round of applause to Super Mario from the Yacht Club Gaeta, who's just delivered some fantastic coffee and biscotti. And that's definitely going to keep me going through race 4. Oh, Ben didn't get one apparently. Oh, nor did Rod. Oh, I'm in trouble now. I didn't drink all of it, but we'll see if we can get Super Mario to. Do you like a short coffee, Ben, or a long coffee? Long coffee. That's probably why Italians don't do long coffee.
I think they call it espresso here.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to have to go espresso, Ben. That's the only way Super Mario is going to deliver. Anyway, back to the race course, and we've got just 1,000 meters to go, and. There seems to have been a big shift in that increase in breeze. If you were on this race course right now, up there on that leader, and let's say you are, what are you thinking?
Well, it's actually looking at the racing right now. You see everybody is on a different tack. In the past, we've seen the people on the right on one tack and people on the left on one tack. But here we have sailors going every which direction, which in my opinion means that there's a few shifts happening out there, which is making it a little bit more complicated. There doesn't seem to be, now we've got people who are, people are now tacked onto starboard, but prior to this, everyone was going a different direction. So it seems to be that there's right now a persistent right-hand shift. So people who are on the right are looking good, building a little leverage on the rest of the course. But seeing that, I'm not really sure what I would be doing out there right now.
I'm sorry, Super Mario. I mean, he's just a star, this man. He's just put the coffee order in for the Virtual Eye team. And, absolutely superb work. We've been made so welcome here at the Yacht Club Gaeta. They're really looking after us. So I got a bit distracted. Sorry, Kathleen. I wasn't paying attention there at all. But here we go. We've got Brignoni and Sansoni at the top there with your friends, the Ukrainians, Kashina and Mechitin. Another thumbs up. And those two seem to be getting away for the rest of the fleet. And Torben Groundell Media back up to third there. Lupoli in fourth, and Martin from Hungary fifth. So it's going to be interesting. We have spotted Lofsted and Sunderman on the course, but we can't see them on the leaderboard at the moment. So before you have that coffee, Ben, can we try and get Lofsted back up on the scoreboard? He's definitely out there on the virtual. Oh wow. Okay, so the call from Rod there is way back. Oh yeah, let's look down the ranks there. So
Looks like he missed a shift. He's pretty far out on the left, and even though the left hand seems to be paying at the moment, it looks like the rest of the boats caught one more shift. If you missed one major shift in an upwind leg, it can put you from the top to halfway down the course. He could have also had a moment where he was going slow, but my guess is that he missed one of the big shifts, because even though the boats on the left-hand side are paying, he's very, very far on the left.
thank you, Kathleen. And Merkelbach and Bartel also down there in 25th, and they're carrying that OCS from yesterday, and that could be game over unless they can pull a rabbit out of the hat. What do you say?
I think Merkelbach and Bartel, they can do it. They've had really good speed during this entire event, and they seem to be pretty comfortable on the race course. Downwind, they're going to have to control their kinetics a little bit, if that was what the circle was for at the end of the last race. But in general, they've been having a great year. They just sailed very well in Via Reggio, which was the warm-up regatta before this regatta. So I'm pretty confident that they'll be able to work their way up the fleet.
Yeah, and just going back to Lofsted and Sunderman, and as you point out, Kathleen, if they've got the wrong side of a shift, wow, that is punitive to say the least.
Yeah,
isn't it?
second to 33rd, that is a tough pill to swallow. But as we've seen, similar to Merkelbach and Bartel, they've got good speed, and it's a long race. So they've been sailing very smart upwind. So we'll see them catch some boats before the end of this leg.
Okay, so here we go. We're just approaching the leader, about 500 meters from that top mark, and it's Kashini and Mechiten that are leading for Ukraine. I hope the Ukrainian followers here are enjoying this. And looks like they've got a little way past the ley line. What do you make of that, Kathleen?
There they go. They're tacking. Sometimes you get out there, you're going fast, you've got a really high angle, and then you wait and you wait and you wait. You can get a little greedy, which sometimes doesn't work to your advantage. But they've tacked, and maybe they were expecting a bigger shift, maybe even having to be not going or having a bad angle going back to the mark. We also have the Austrians in third right now, and we haven't seen them up in the standings, but they've been pretty consistently in the top 10 for this leg of the race. So we'll see if they can continue all the way to the windward mark.
Yeah, thank you. And let's say the Ukrainians there, Kashini and Mechiten. I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but they might be a bit surprised to be up there, and sometimes that pressure can tell, can't it? Talk about pressure. What does pressure do to you on the race course?
It makes you very tense. It also makes decisions very hard. When you're tense, you tend to second guess your decisions out there. And a skipper will often grip the tiller very hard, and it lessens your feel on the helm. A good skipper will have a very light hand on the helm and let the boat sail easily as it wants to go. So when you get tense, you grip the tiller hard, and you just need to be relaxed. It's not luck that they've been up there both races. They obviously have very good boat speed. You don't get lucky winning a race. There's luck within a race, but there's so many things that happen within a race that it's not just luck. And this team has really showed that they can be up there with the top group. They don't seem to have the same boat speed downwind, but we'll see how it goes in the second race today.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. And I know one of our biggest fans out there is Jim Revkin in Connecticut. And hey, Josh Revkin, you're up to. Well, you were up. Oh, you're up to 5th, Josh. And I believe the skipper there, Sternberg, he's from New York. Do you know those guys, seeing as they're compatriots?
Yeah, they're a young team. They're one of our younger teams. Josh has had a great year. He sailed in the Star Sailors League final as a crew, and he's pretty much done the whole circuit. He's a sought-after young crew. He's still in his 20s. And Ben is also a young skipper. And Ben is a relatively small skipper compared to some of the other skippers, but they've been making the boat go and doing some good teamwork today. They were up there in the last race as well. But we're happy to see some of the young guns out there competing against the Mark Reynolds and the Grails and the Pascolatos.
Yeah, and this race 4 is really mixing it up. Kashina and Mechiten are holding on to that first place, and I believe as they approach the top mark, we have Raquel Vitello out on the water. Are you there, Raquel?
I'm here at the top mark, and the boats are approaching, and from the left-hand side, the Ukrainian boat is coming in, and they're coming quite fast. And I wouldn't know if it's either them or the Brazilian boat on the right who are going to have best of the mark rounding. Well, the Brazilian boats got the right to go, so probably they have an advantage over them. But I don't know if you noticed, probably the left-hand side did pay a little bit. And, well, in fact, the Ukrainian boat is probably able to go through. The wind here is around 13 knots, so it's always a bit less intense up here than down at the bottom gate. So, yes, the Ukrainian boat is actually past, almost touching the mark, but didn't touch the mark. So they're through, the Ukrainian, and then it's Brazil 8405 going second. There is some screaming, but the screaming are not actually on the mark. It's on the ley line down below, between the fleet coming from the left and the ones coming from the right with the right to go. So, well, now I'm on the second mark, and the Ukrainian boats are coming. It is coming now. They're a couple of meters away from me. They are very concentrated, very intense look on their face. And then it's the Team Wine Conda Brazil who's going after. And also they were very concentrated, preparing the boats for the downwind leg. And now it's the Austrian boat coming. And, well, it's getting more crowded with the fleet going. So Torben Stern, and then the American boat with Ogi and Bruno Prada, and then well, it's a Brazilian domination. And then, as I said, the boats are getting closer and closer to one another, all going very fast. It's Mark Reynolds with Sergio Lambertegui going by now. With the Italian boat, so not with a gold star showing on top of the main. And yes, looks like the back lines are more crowded. It's a whole lot of boats coming towards us now. Yes, and these boats were probably on the right side of the course. So they're actually, everybody's choosing to stay on the left, which is the right side going down, but that's the left side of the course. Everybody's going that direction because it's paying today, like it did yesterday. So yes, yeah, it's just a few boats choosing to go right. Very few of them. And as I said, the wind is about on 13 knots. The sea is quite rough, so the waves are getting bigger. And the jury is leaving the top mark, happy and satisfied with the roundings this time. And that's about it. It's just 3 boats to go, 4 boats to go. But there is a big difference between the first part of the fleet and these last few boats. So there's a Polish boat taking a penalty, they probably had to touch the first mark. So there has been more than one penalty turns during this today. Not so many yesterday. So it's probably due to the wind being a bit stronger than yesterday. And so the helmsmen are more distracted, and the reaching of the marks is more crowded. So it makes everything more difficult.
Okay,
So
Raquel.
downwind.
Raquel, thank you very much for talking us through that. And as you say, a very crowded top mark rounding there, and a lot of shouting going on, and penalty turns. And I have to say, one of the big losers there was Diaz and Prada dropping 12 places. I'm not sure if it was a penalty turn. Kathleen, do you think that
It looks like they weren't making the mark. They were on starboard, but they weren't on the lay line, and it looked like they had to jibe out. If they were going to hit the mark, they had absolutely no room for making it, and so they went, I think, from sixth or seventh place all the way down to 19th. So after a great windward leg, it's hard to go back that far, but it's better than hitting a boat or having to do a 720. So sailing fair is always the way to go.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathleen. And just talking about, we got the breeze is up for this race. We're looking at around 15 knots. And you were out there yesterday. What does that do to the racecourse when that beautiful sea breeze kicks in here in Gaeta?
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed on the race course yesterday was particularly going downwind, facing downwind on the course, the waves were a lot bigger on the right-hand side. So with the star being so heavy with a lot of momentum, it's obviously going to go better on the bigger waves. And it seems that the course, the fleet has decided to follow the left side of the course, maybe because the wind was left coming around the mark. Usually they would continue to go straight, but almost everybody went straight without jibing at the offset mark. And I think they're going to have some fun now in the breeze downwind. As we said, they're getting a little bit tired, but having some more waves to work with makes it a little bit more fun. It requires more driving, and the crews can be even a bit more active. When you have waves out there, you can rock and pump a little bit more, because the argument is that, oh, that was a wave, or I'm not rocking the boat. As long as you can rock the boat, as long as there's also steering involved, and that's how some skippers can validate their rocking. They're steering the boat, and definitely when you have more waves, you have to steer the boat a lot more. And the good crews will make it easier for the skipper by moving their weight accordingly to help steer the boat with their weight, rather than using the helm, which slows down the boat. So you want to be downwind, steering the boat with your weight.
And troubled waters. Often those leading boats that stay out on the sort of the offshore side and are surfing those waves. The boats that are coming behind in the fleet, that water gets confused, and you often see them jibing out because the basic's all been rucked up like a downhill skier saying, "Hey, I'm not going down there." Somebody's all turfed that up for me.
Yeah, that's the problem with sailing in big fleets, especially with big boats, heavy boats, is they cause a lot of wake, and they really disturb the water. And when you're in the front and you've got nobody in front of you, you've got nice, beautiful waves to surf down. You can pick your wave, pick the time you want to jibe. But the further back you go in the fleet, it makes it a lot more difficult, and definitely more disturbed. Usually you have to move your weight back a little bit more in the boat to get the bow up. And instead of sailing in big waves, sometimes it becomes a little more choppy, which is a little bit slower and definitely more difficult to drive in.
Yeah, thank you. We're seeing a big switch around here, looking at how things stood after two races this morning. We're not seeing too many of the top five boats up in the top five at the moment. In fact, only one which is Torben Grail and Dale Media, and the rest are taking great scalps here. Look out for Reynolds and Lambertengi in 8th, and he's been really consistent. But my word, the comeback king here. This guy just doesn't know when to quit. He's back up to 11th, Merkelbach and Bartel. They were down in 20-something in the last leg. That's an amazing comeback for Merkelbach and Bartel. And their German compatriots, Water and Morph, only just ahead of them, and they might even get the Hungarians. What do you say to that as they go downwind here?
Well, I think we said it earlier. They've got good speed, and they seem to have a high degree of confidence. Playing it smart, especially coming around the offset mark. You've got to go fast right away. If you go a little bit too low, the fleet can roll you. So always looking back off your shoulder. And Merkelbach and Bartel have consistently been making very good decisions. And the top boats are all pretty much going the same speed. There are some that have an advantage downwind. Grael and Gonsalves are known for having fantastic speed downwind. But in general, the sailors in the top are all going the same speed. So at that point, it becomes also a very, very tactical game when you're all going the same speed. And Merkelbach and Bartel have been very tactical and sailing smart, and that's making a difference here.
And yeah, on that downwind speed, you were talking about Lars Grael and Samuel Gonçalves. I saw Samuel before the start of the racing today, and he found himself a nice little quiet corner, put his headphones on, and looked like he was going somewhere, just preparing himself for the day. And that downwind speed is as much about the crew as it is the helmsman. Is that right?
Yeah, I think downwind is almost speed is more about the crew. It's really when the crew gets to shine. Up when the crew is hanging off the side of the boat, that's a difficult position. They're getting smacked by waves. They don't have a very good view. But downwind, the best crews are always moving. The average sailboat racer, when they get around the windward mark, they think, oh, it's time to have a break. A keelboat maybe will light up a cigarette. But in the dinghy racing, at the high level, the crews downwind never give up. That's when they actually start to work almost even harder, because you can make so many gains downwind. And when you have waves like this, it's so important to just give so much effort, because every little surf down a wave you get is going to put you that much further in front of another boat. So the crews, the top crews, are just never give up downwind. They never get a break.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. And I remember we were talking before we went on the air today, and you know an awful lot about the Americas stars that are here. And you were telling us that some of them are trying out new boats, and you were giving us a little insight into that.
Yeah, in the winter, most of the star sailors come to Miami and they keep their boats there. We have a lot of Europeans that come over. The Brazilians all come up, Argentinians, and but they all know their boat speed there. They know their boats. They know what to expect from the competition. But when they come over here for the summer and we have just one or two regattas, they're sailing boats that are new, masts that are new, and it's not as easy to figure out. So we know, for example, Mark Reynolds has a brand new boat here. And Augie Diaz has a brand new mast, and it takes time for the sailors to really get their boats dialed in. So they might have really good downwind speeds with their boats and their masts at home, but they come to Europe and they're sailing a different boat. It might not even be their own boat. So there's a lot of things that are going into this race. It's new in the season. I think we'll see a lot of them in Switzerland for the next Star Sailors League regatta. I'm sure they'll have their boats dialed in a little bit more for that. But definitely, I think the Europeans who are racing here are a lot more comfortable with their boats and their rig setup than some of the sailors who came from the Americas. So that makes a difference.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. Very, very interesting. You say it is early in the season, and these guys are always trying to find that little percent, that little edge of speed particularly with a new boat, and you can't always be racing at 100%. You know, you have to have to develop, have to experiment to get that extra bit of speed. And with the Star class that's been going over 100 years, you know, the tip of that arrowhead just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, doesn't it?
Yeah, and during when it was an Olympic class boat, there was so much development going on, and the development is still going on. But you might, for example, you might have a mast that you know the bend characteristics of it, and then you have a set of sails that works well with that mast. And then when you get a new mast, that those sails that you thought were so great might not work as well with that new mast. So there's so many different components that go into speed that when you put in a new mast or a new boat, it's the game's a little different.
Yeah, and there we have it. While we've been jabbering away, Brigioni and Sanseni, wow, they've pulled out a big lead. They've 13 seconds ahead at the leeward gate of Kashina and Mechitin. A fantastic downwind leg there from Brigioni, the Brazilian. And Torben Grail and De Almeida in third place. And the Austrian pairing of Schengeker and Wallinger in fourth. So there was a lot of changes going on that downwind leg. Interestingly, Tenka and Bezzaretti, they were down the pan earlier in the race, and they've come right back in it. And they've chosen to go around the left-hand leeward gate as we look up the course. And they're looking like taking the left. But I saw... Kathleen put a hand up, and I've got to say it's because all those boats going right. Why are they going right, Kathleen?
Well, it's interesting. The Ukrainians just tacked off and have gone left. My guess is that the breeze was left going around the mark. Why the Hungarians went around the other mark, I'm not entirely sure. That's definitely a risky move because they had a really good place in the regatta. You saw Diaz and Prada, who were more over on the left, really sailed pretty far out of the way to go around the other mark. But now actually is that, what boat is that right there?
Which
what country
one
here?
are you looking at? Hey, Ben, we've got a boat... that's just went over onto the right-hand side and is tacking back over. It's an Italian flag. I don't know if you can see it. I think it's that's actually a Hungarian flag. That's Martin and Bezzaretti.
Okay, and they tacked and they didn't go very far before tacking back. So my guess is that was just a little shift that they tacked out on, and maybe they didn't have a lane as they were going upwind there. But everybody definitely seems to be marching to the right side of the course.
Wow, that's incredible. We'll have a chat with a few of these sailors when they come in, and they'll actually tell us what was going on out there. We're just going down the leaderboard there and just disappeared up there. I cannot believe it. Merkelbach is up to 8th. That's an incredible recovery. And just for all the race fans at home that want to know where their friends and loved ones are. Kathleen just pointing out that's Lars Grail and Samuel Gongalves down to 30th. What happened there? Lofsted, Sunderman back down to 34. They've been having a yo-yo race, that's for sure. For the friends and family at home that want to know where everybody is, we're just going to scroll down through that. 40 minutes into race 4. And we've just seen the leeward gate for the second time, I believe. And that's the first time. Thank you, Rod. I'm glad you're watching. So that's 2 laps completed of 5, Rod. Rod can count. I'm afraid I can't. My maths is appalling. So they're just completing their second lap. And we believe it's another 3, Rod. He's been listening as well. I tell you, he's on the ball. So anyway, we've gone down through the list there. We've got a 44, Ben. We got a few more to go there. Yeah, so Ben just explaining there, they're popping up as they go through that leeward gate. Meanwhile, back at the front there you can see it. They're all shimmying down that right-hand ley line there in single file, and to me that says shift, shift, shift. What do you say, Kathleen?
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty considerable shift, and it's holding. So and with Brigioni and Sansoni, when the wind goes right again, they're also going to be looking pretty good, as well as Grell and De Almeida.
So just talking about tactics for these guys, Brigioni and Sansoni. Do you reckon they'll tack on the shift, or are they looking behind and they're going to cover from behind? And which way do you think they'll go? I'm asking you to predict something here. Oops.
They're going to go speed forward as fast as they can, and they will wait for the shift, and they'll probably wait for the Brazilians to go first and then attack and cover them.
Okay, and with 70 meters lead to play with, they can take that conservative approach, eh? As long as they put themselves between the competition and the mark, I don't think there's going to be any chance of them giving that up. So, wow, Brigioni and Sansoni having a fantastic race 4. And we have Kashina Mechiten, the Ukrainians, as we were speaking, according to Virtual Eye, just ahead of Torben Grail and De Almeida. Now, the Ukrainian pair having a ding-dong with Torben Grail, that's almost like a dream come true, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was risky going around. I think they played the other side a little bit more than the other boats in the lead. And we see them playing the left a little more. And right now, that looks like, did they just tack?
Let's zoom in on that. Can we, Ben? Can we zoom in on Kashina and Mechiten? See where they are. There we go. They're in the middle there. We'll just have a look at the wake that's coming out with Virtual Eye.
No, they're on the same tack.
They're the same tack. Okay. So yeah, and it's fantastic, this concept, because with the naked eye you couldn't possibly tell whether Torben Grail and De Almeida is ahead of Kashina and Mechiten, because there's only 2 minutes in it and the gauge is huge. But with Virtual Eye here we can see that the two are neck and neck. Mark Reynolds, Sergio Lambertenghi up to 4th, way off the leading 3, but looking pretty solid in 4th. But hey-ho, who's that in 5th?
Yeah, the distances between the boats are a lot greater than we saw in the last race. The distance between the first boat and the 10th boat, 190 meters, definitely a lot bigger distance gap between the boats than previously.
We're being very rude here, me and Rod, and we're talking. We're talking while Kathleen is, because sorry, Kathleen, just to interrupt. You can see that Stenberg, Revkin, and Gonzaga, Neto, and De Freitas. There's no data on that. That's just the tracker. Unfortunately, is not able to show the meters, but
they've got the cloaking device on.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately at the moment we've lost those two. So we'll come back to that anyway. How? Now we've go Kathleen, go on.
Is there any chance we can see the speed of the boats right now?
Just got the.
Okay, looking at Sternberg and Revkin, 6.8 knots, definitely the most speed of any boat on the course right now.
That might not be. We're not sure of the data on that one at the moment, are we, Rod? Revkin and Stenberg. It's pretty solid 6.8 knots, unless that's a planing star. I think. Yeah, that looks like it's stuck. I think you need another coffee over there, but okay, just to confirm, Sternberg and Revkin at the moment, I'm afraid to say we don't have their data, but moving on.
Okay, so you can look at the speeds here, and these boats are all pretty much going the same speed. So that's what makes this boat such a tactical game, and really looking up the course, upwind, and seeing where that next puff is, because any difference in speed is hard to get, and when you get it, it just puts you that much further out in front. But these guys are playing a tactical game with speeds that are so close to one another.
Yeah, that's a very good point there. So if we could just go back to the meters, please, Ben, and let's have the mark they're heading for at the top of the screen, please. Just see how far we got to go.
179 meters between the first place boat and the fifth place boat. That is a huge difference.
Yeah. So halfway up here. So I've lost track again. Where are we going? Was this leg
We're going
three?
to the windward mark again.
We are going to the windward mark again. So we're going upwind, and then it will be a downwind.
Downwind finish if they're lucky. Yeah.
No, we can do an upwind leg as well. We do 5 legs. I led you astray there, Kathleen. So they're going to go upwind, downwind, and then we have an upwind finish. They give them an
As
extra
if they
leg.
weren't tired enough. Give them one more. But then it's a nice easy sail-in after that. If they finish downwind, they'd still have to go upwind anyway.
It is, but we were talking. A few of the crews yesterday, they were saying their arms were virtually not working on that fifth leg.
Yeah, they're tired by that last leg, especially with the sea breeze having filled in.
And the heat, it's like 30 degrees here.
Yeah, but the water's pretty cold.
Yeah, if you're in it.
The crews are definitely in it. They're hanging pretty low.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, so we've got, what's that, 0.7 nautical mile, 1.3 kilometres to go. On this beat. If we could just pan out a bit further to the overhead, please, Ben. Let's just have a look and see what the spread of the fleet's like. And sure enough, there's a lot of people either on the right or heading right. Let's just have a little look. Right down the middle there, there's a purple trail there. Can you see that one? I'm giving you terrible information, Ben, aren't I? Who's the guy directly below the pink dot? Here we go. That's the Austrian pair, and yeah, they're down in 10th place. So yeah, it looks certainly like the right is paying for sure. Diaz and Prado, they're going left. Let's. Why would you go? Why would you be going left there, Kathleen? I'm really chucking your hospital pass there.
When they came around the mark, there was a big crowd, and sometimes when you get in a crowd, you have to find a way to get out of it and put you off in a direction that you might not want to be to get a clean lane. But usually, if Diaz Prada are going one direction, they have a reason for it. So Augie's very, very good at positioning himself and getting leverage. So right now it looks like he's positioned himself for a last left-hand shift, and we'll hope that comes in. It has come in a couple times. Yesterday, the people on the left did get lucky at the top of the race course. But I would say in general, the left-hand shift doesn't hold as long as the righty does. The righty's a little bit more consistent.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that insight there. And again, for those at home, we're looking at some of the people further down the board, and if we can just go back on the virtual eye, please, Ben, to the leaders. Let's see where they're positioned. And as we've seen, when these shifts have come in, that 70 meters can disappear in an instant, can't it? If you're the wrong side of a shift or the right side of a shift,
especially at the top of the race course, a big shift can mean you're suddenly bowed down at the mark, or you're overstood, and that's just distance lost.
Okay, wonderful. So, and Ben, on virtual eye, could we see? Oh, look at that! He knows what I'm after now. It's almost like predictive. Fantastic. New Zealand did pretty well in the second test match, didn't they, Ben? I had to be in a car with 2 Kiwis for that for about 2 hours. It was fairly painful to see England get humbled in the second test. 200 runs or something. Sorry, I'm disappearing off into another sport here. Kathleen has just pointed out something to me. Reynolds and Lambertenghi, what's going on there?
They seem to be playing the right edge a little bit, looking to gain some leverage. There they go. They tacked over. So they went to the right a little bit further, and we'll see in the end if that's going to work out for them. They held on a little bit longer than the rest of the leaders on the right-hand edge. Yeah,
and their nearest rivals ahead are Kashina and Mechtin. and
Who just
Kashina
tacked to leeward.
is that a covering move?
No, usually you want to tack to leeward and ahead. If you definitely don't want to go to windward of the boat. If you're to leeward and ahead, you're in a much more controlling position, and it just puts you in a better place to take advantage of the next shift.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And yes, just 800 meters to go to the top mark, and Brugino and Sansoni hanging on to that lead. And they're clear ahead. They're in clear air. They're not having to worry about covering anyone. They're just sailing fast, and they must be feeling really comfortable. Torben Gray and Della Media is the next. They're in second place, and again they've got good clearance from the Ukrainians, Kashin and Mechitin. So we'll see how this pans out. We've still got, 2 and a bit more legs to go. So as we've seen earlier on, anything can happen. So what would you be doing right now? Let's say, look, you got your Reynolds, okay? You are in a position to attack to attack Kathleen Kashina. We've got Reynolds out to the right, Kashina to leeward. Where were you going to go here if you were Reynolds?
Let's see. The distance between them is only about 20 meters. So Mark needs to go as fast as he can here, because if Kashina and Mechitin can cross his bow, then they're ahead. But Mark, when they attack, they will be on port attack, and Mark Reynolds will be on starboard attack. So he is somewhat in a controlling position if he can gain a little more speed and distance here on them. Also, if the wind goes right, that's just a gainer for Mark. He's closer to the windward mark. He'll be able to decrease the distance between them if the wind goes right. So Mark just wants to stay where he is in that controlling position, and just keep going fast. And it's tacking a star is not fast. So especially when you get wavy conditions, tacking is slow. So you want to minimize your tack and tack only when you really need to tack.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And also, we're coming up to nearly an hour into race 4, and we're just over halfway through the scheduled 7 races for the regatta. Is Reynolds and Lambertenghi thinking about the big picture in terms of where they are? On the whole leaderboard, is Lars Gray and De Almeida thinking about the big picture at the moment, or are they just concentrating on this race?
They're just concentrating on this race. They're concentrating on getting points. You've got to finish in the top 5 here consistently to get yourself to that top 5 overall finish. And so I think they're looking at the smaller daily picture, just trying to get the least amount of points as possible. We'll see probably tomorrow people positioning themselves a lot more than they did today against those who are close to them in the standings. But right now I think they're just going fast and trying to get the highest place possible. Now, of course, when they're coming into the finish line, it does make a difference. If there's one boat that they can push out of the way or get past, or make another boat tack, that'll then get in the way of another boat that's close to them in the standings, then they'll do that. But you'll see that at the top, very top part of the leg, just before the finish or just before the mark roundings. But right now, they're focusing on this race right here, right now.
Yes, thank you for that. And looking at the Kashina Mechitin lead, they're still holding out 20 or so meters from Reynolds and Lambertenghi. That doesn't seem to be changing. Hopefully we'll have Raquela Vitello at the top mark to tell us what the wind's doing up there. It looks like there has been some sort of change, because the fleet seems to have all gone right. But at the moment, as Kathleen pointed out earlier on, we've got running through Brigioni Sansoni in first place, Torben Grail and De Almeida second, Kashina and Mechitin in third, Reynolds Lambertenghi fourth, and Merkelbach and Bartel in sixth. And They are in fifth position, and they are 200 meters behind the lead. So it's unlikely that we're going to see a change in those top four, but that could always happen. But anyway, we've got just under 200 meters to go, and I believe we do have Rachele Vitello at the top mark. Rachele, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you very well. I'm at the top mark, and well, the first boat is actually has extended the lead very much, and so it's comfortably getting closer, approaching the mark. The wind is actually dropping down a bit. We're on about at the maximum 10 knots here, and even the sea is getting flatter, and it's probably all because of the afternoon going towards the evening. And the whole fleet is on the right-hand side of the course, as you can probably see. And yes, I am getting closer to the top mark on the opposite ley line of the first of the leading boat, which is Brazil 8405. And then it's a bit of a battle between Torben Grael and these other two boats that I can't really see. Torben is now tacking in order to reach the ley line. He is the other boats are starboard, so we have to see if it can pass ahead of them. But yes, comfortably. Yes, he can. So Torben is second. And then there's the Ukrainian boat and an Italian boat approaching, but the Italian boat could be actually Mark Reynolds. You see that better than me anyways. So I'm here at the second mark, and it's Team Wine coming in. They're all the bowman is very wet, dripping water. So, but it's very warm out here, so I'm sure he's not suffering too much. And now it's Torben's turn, and he will shortly be passing next to us. So I can see them getting the boat ready for downwind, and they are quite comfortable and happy. They're dressed up, I have to say. They must be cold. So it is Mark Reynolds with Sergio Lambertini in third position here. They're both very concentrated. And then it's the Ukrainian boat. So the wind is, they all picked up the right hand side of the course because the wind is actually going at around 250. Remember, the boat was set at 245, so it was a bit favored that side. And this is how the thermal breeze works in the Gaeta Gulf when the heat is up.
Okay, thank you, Rachele. And just to recap, the wind speed has gone down just a bit, but we've still got plenty of breeze out there. And as you rightly pointed out, Brugioni and Sansoni are leading this race by 39 seconds from Torben Grael and De Almeida. So we've got Brazil 1, Brazil 2. And in third place, Mark Reynolds from the United States of America and Sergio Lambertenghi from Italy, from Torboli on Lake Garda in third. In fourth place, it's Ukraine, Kashina and Mechitin, a minute behind the Brazilian leaders. Merkelbeck and Bartel, they're in fifth place and 32 seconds off Kashini. And that looks like, at the moment, the Ukrainians winning the battle with the Germans. The Hungarians, Tenke, and I believe Italian Bezzarete up to sixth. Just dropped to seventh as we talked. And then we have the German pair of Vatter and Morph. And Austria, Schenecker and Wallinger. And then we have another German pairing, Glunder. So there we go. We're now into the last downwind leg of race 4. Remember, this is a 5-leg race, so they will be having another leg after this upwind, a grueling upwind leg. And just looking at the virtual eye here, we're seeing a lot of boats jibing over to the left-hand side. The majority of the fleet seem to be going to the left. Perhaps that drop in wind speed and that shift is making the boats decide to do that. We'll wait and see. And looking further down the leaderboard, I tell you what, Ben, why don't we just have a little scroll down on virtual eye and see where we go. Pascalato and Boning a long way back there, just going round at the moment. And also, thank you, Kathleen, pointing out Lars Grail also losing out big time there. So a lot of changes going on again. This race 4 has been a real game of snakes and ladders, hasn't it, Kathleen?
Yeah, I think we've seen people on a lot of different angles, and the fleet not consistent. People was not just going to one side or the other, but we've had a lot of people just kind of caught in the middle of the race course. And maybe that means there's a lot more shifts going on this race.
Okay, thanks for that. And so as they head downwind for the penultimate leg of the day, we think this is probably the last race of the day. We're going to take a little chill out, have a bit of biscotti, and I tell you what, you were telling me about some of the fantastic food here in Gaeta, Kathleen. Now, you are a much more svelte person than myself, but you burn it off a lot quicker. But just tell us about some of the fantastic food in Gaeta.
Does ice cream count as food?
Yeah, I think it does.
No, I think we've been treated to some great cuisine down here. Just across the street from the yacht club is the Triestina restaurant, and you can see all the sailors there before the races, after the races, and they have just the most incredible seafoods. And but my favorite is definitely the sweets. They have these croissants, the called cornetti here, and they can fill them with pistachio or Nutella or cream, and just whatever you want, and all the cookies. But the sweets here in Gaeta are just absolutely incredible. I spent a lot of time in Italy, and I definitely better than the north. And of course, the land of gelato and cappuccino, and nothing here will make you skinny. But we have a good life down here.
And tell me, the Olympics this year in Rio, why have you come to Europe to train? Why are you in Italy? Why aren't you on the other side of the pond? I don't want you to go. You've done a great job, but why are you on this side of the pond?
Well, there's a World Cup circuit here in the summertime. All the Olympic hopefuls come to train in Europe, just as the star sailors did in the past. And I've actually been training in northern France the last month, and the baguettes are fabulous. But it was just cold and rainy, so I'm so happy to be here in the sunshine eating gelato, which we would never do in France.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I noticed Andy was taking pictures of the gelato at the restaurant you were talking about the other day and sending them back to his little daughter. There's a huge amount of delicious ice cream in that part. I wouldn't mind a bit now, actually.
Well, and the flavors that we just don't get other places in the world. The Italians are so much more creative in the ice cream flavors that they have, and unfortunately for people who don't speak Italian, they don't even really know what they're eating, but they're sure that's good. So the Italians are much more creative with their desserts and their ice cream, and so I think we've got a good thing going. And I know, as like normal Italian hospitality, every day when the racers come in, they have a pasta meal waiting for them. It's very typical of yacht clubs in Italy to really feed their sailors and make them feel welcome. And we're definitely feeling welcome here in Gaeta. They're doing a fabulous job keeping people happy. And the opening ceremonies were filled with stands, a parade. And so the sailors definitely are not going hungry. And it is hard to feed star sailors. They eat a lot. They are big men.
Yeah, and Gaeta, Yacht Club Gaeta, very proud of holding this European Championship, and rightly so. But not the first time they've had the Star Worlds here before and the Star Europeans here before. So they're very happy to have us here, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's easy to feel welcome here. It's a warm town, both in temperature and in feeling, and it seems like the locals are very happy to have all the sailors here. I think they have some bigger races. I think they maybe have some maxi races here, but they're very welcoming to the sailors. And one of the things that you can't see on the virtual eye is when the star sailors are sailing out to the race course. When they look to the right, there is this beautiful old city with a castle. And it's just the thing that postcards are made out of. And I know that the star sailors feel very, very fortunate to be sailing here, because not only is it just a spectacular sailing venue with a thermal sea breeze filling it every day, but just the cuisine and also the city itself, the old town, it's the stuff that movies are made out of, really.
Yeah, and the backdrop of the Arunchi Mountains and even the volcano Vesuvius in the distance. I mean, it's a spectacular backdrop, but it makes for a wonderful sailing area, doesn't it?
It really does. I think the mountains contribute to the thermal breeze filling it every day. And there's some beaches, we haven't been there yet, but I think the sailors will be able to enjoy their time off the water as well.
Yeah, for sure. And this whole area is known for its pizza as well. And we've certainly been tasting some fantastic Italian food. But we better get back to should we get back to the racing?
Are they bringing us any
or
more
should we have
food?
a late lunch? I don't know. Oh, sorry, guys. So how far to go? 750 meters to go. And wow. Look at that. Brigioni and Sansoni 183 meters ahead of Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertenghi. The rich get rich is an often used phrase. Why are the rich getting richer?
My guess is that there's been a persistent shift, meaning that the breeze has just gone one way, and when you don't have multiple shifts, it's hard to gain again back. So if the breeze has been consistently on one side and doesn't shift back, it doesn't give people anything to play with to make gains or create leverage, and I think that's what's happened here on this last beat. And certainly there's still a very, very close race, about 5-6 meters between Reynolds Lambertenghi and Grell and De Almeida. So that'll be interesting to see this last bit of the windward leg.
Yeah, and I'll admit it. These guys have caught me on the hop. Brigioni, Sansoni. I didn't do. Do you know about these guys?
I've met them a few times. They're one of our younger teams here. They're in their probably their late 30s, and they hail from Sao Paulo, Brazil. So they certainly have some great Brazilians to train with. And I think Brigioni came from the laser class, and Sansoni is actually a rugby player. So definitely a strong, active crew on board for him there. But I'm sure they're thrilled, and I'm sure the other Brazilians are very, very happy to have them up there in front. But as I said, they've got some fantastic sailors to train against back in their own country, just proving that even the guys who aren't always at the top of the Brazilian list are also very good sailors.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to have a chat with them when they get in. They sound an interesting pair, a laser sailor and a rugby player.
I think they've only been in the boat now for about 2 years. So this is a spectacular finish at a championship for them.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can't just turn up here as well. You've actually got to qualify, haven't you? So they must have done a bit of work before they go here. And in 2 years, for those two to get their act together, that's incredible.
The star class in Brazil is very, very active. They've got fleets in many different cities. So they're getting a lot of time on the water, definitely.
Yeah, and to be 170 meters ahead of the legend that is Torben Grail, this will be a big moment for these guys when they get in. I'm looking forward to talking to them.
Well, probably one of the best races of the day to win is actually the first person who gets to shore. It means you get your sails down, you get to pack up, and you get to have a nice cold beer in your hand. So they're not just happy about winning the race, but they're going to be happy that they're going to be the first ones in too.
Yeah, and we'll see how this is going to affect the leaderboard. I don't think Brigioni and Sansoni are gonna get into that top area, but Torben Grail and De Almeida, they've probably made inroads into it, but definitely Mark Reynolds and Lambertenghi. At the beginning of today, they were joint third. I wouldn't mind betting that they might have done a number on Lars Grail. Looking at Lars Grail's position in this race, he is out of the top 20. Wow. So I think this is going to work very well for Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertenghi. But here we have the younger Brazilian laser sailor and rugby player winning a race at the Star Europeans. Well, we hope so. They've still got one more leg to go, but they are streets ahead, 180 metres ahead of Torben Grail and De Almeida. Mark Reynolds and Sergio Lambertenghi in third.
And they've got a great angle rounding that leeward mark, so it definitely looks like a left-hand shift here, because we've seen boats come around this mark the last time around, and the angle definitely was not that rounding the mark. So they've rounded looks like the right mark, and with a great angle, and they're gaining all the time.
Okay, and if there has been that shift, there's probably not a lot of tactics left in this last race, right?
Right, and actually, unfortunately, this looks like it looks like a loser for Reynolds and Lambertenghi. They're choosing to go around the other mark. They were going to have to lose a lot of distance to get to the same mark that Brigioni and Grail just went around. So Mark's rounding the other gate mark, and he's going to hope for a good shift in his favor.
So, what he's thinking there is, I don't think anyone's going to catch him from behind. To get any more places, I'm going to have to do something different. Would that be a fair comment?
I'm not really sure right there, because the Ukrainians actually aren't that far behind him. Unfortunately, the Ukrainians did not have a very good mark rounding, so that's helping Reynolds and Lambertenghi out. And Mark has just tacked onto port tack. He's now on the same tack. The only thing is that Mark is going to have to cross through the fleet still coming downwind, which could hurt his speed a bit. But he has built some leverage on the boats to leeward of him. So my guess is it's probably a left-hand shift right now. And in this case, if it is, Reynolds and Lambertenghi are gaining distance on the boats to leeward.
Yeah, wow. That will be one to discuss. Why would you take the left-hand leeward gate and then immediately tack over to the right through all that traffic? I can't make any sense of that. But, the guy has won 10 continental star classes, 2 Europeans and Olympic medals.
I think that's about leverage. I mean, right now he's got a really good angle going upwind, and he's to windward of those boats, and he's hoping that is going to hold. Okay. And he'll make some gains on the leverage that he's built by going a little bit out to the left at the start of this leg.
Okay, and as we were sort of thinking, the not much change at the top there. We're seeing the same names in, but Hello popped up in 8th place. Great comeback after having to re-go round a mark. They couldn't get round. Diaz and Prada up to 8th. I haven't been watching them. I know you might have been, Kathleen. How on earth have they got back up to 8th?
Well, I actually didn't have my eye on them downwind, but I know that definitely they're known for having very good downwind speed. They've come out of the left, and maybe there's a little bit more breeze on that side. Seeing that Mark did go around that mark, so it could have been that there's more breeze. And it's who knows?
Well, I'm sure we'll find out afterwards. So let's just see. We've got the time round the mark, round that leeward gate up on the virtual at the moment. So let's just see how Reynolds and Lambertenghi are doing in meters. So Ben, could we just switch back to meters? It's lovely, this virtual eye, isn't it? So, you made that point earlier, Kathleen. Do you want to add to that?
I definitely think that It's interesting. There's very little space between the third place boat, Kashina and Metriton, and Reynolds and Lambertini. That's going to be a really close race. If the wind goes right a little bit, you're going to see Reynolds and Lambertini gaining. And if it goes the other direction, then the Ukrainians are going to be a little bit ahead. So we'll just keep watching here. But they've got a good distance on the Germans, Merkelbach and Bartel. So they've got the Germans have a lot of work to do to get themselves up to the leaders again.
Yeah, so we'll watch that battle going on between Kashina and Mechitin from Ukraine and Reynolds and Lambertenghi. We'll keep one eye out on that. But for now, we'll just go down, if we can, Ben, through the boats that aren't in the top 20. We did see a couple of boats heading in. Nothing to worry about. I think that we haven't had any major problems, but there we go. We've got some big names down there. Pascalato, Lofsted. Yeah, there's a few people taking one here today in race 4. It's going to definitely affect the leaderboard. Those ones, Poggi and Corsi, were going well yesterday. They're down there as well. So I didn't see where Lars Grell was. We'll look at that in a minute. We'll keep running through the here for the race fans at home to see where your favourites are. As Ben explained earlier, we have to wait until those boats are round, so it shows the massive difference in front to back of this fleet. And I think a lot of that, just going back over something we said before, it's about fitness, strength, stamina, isn't it? You know, when you get this late in the day.
Definitely, and also the further you get in the race, there's the less lanes there are. And the boats get a little bit further spread apart. And the further you get in the back, the more you go to an edge because you're just trying to find a clean lane, clean air. So it tends to put you out at the edges, and you sail a longer distance on the boats in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So we'll just keep that on the left-hand side there. You can see the boats as they're rounding that last leeward gate. They're coming up on the screen. Meanwhile, up at the front, let's have a look. Can we, Ben? Can you do the distance between Reynolds and Kashina? Is that possible, or is it only from the top, only from the leader back? We'll see if we can get that on. But as you can see there, Brugioni and Sansoni 123 metres clear, so that's dropping down. But I'd say they've got I'd put my mortgage on them winning this one. The young Brazilians, Torben Grael de Almeida in second place, and a nice battle going on as we were talking earlier between Reynolds at Lambertenghi and Kashina and Michetin. But we're going to keep the scoreboard running for the boats that are rounding that leeward mark. Merkel and Bartel stuck in there. Diaz and Prada. You know what? We've had this snakes and ladders up and down race, but there's a lot of well-known names that have come to the top at the end here.
Yeah, the guys at the top, they know how to work their way through a fleet. They every advantage they can find, they take, and they work for every meter. They also have confidence, and confidence goes a long way when you find yourself. You have a lot of local sailors who will come to this regatta who aren't used to necessarily competing out of their fleets or out of their region, and so when you race internationally all the time, you tend to have a bit more confidence, which helps your speed. Confidence helps everything. So
yeah, and do they pace themselves during a race?
That was a conversation we actually had this morning. The star races are really long, much longer than other one design classes, 2-person boats, and so you have to pace yourself. and it's not easy, especially where you're on a boat where you have to hike. Other keel boats you're not necessarily hiking on, but a star skipper has to hike, and to do that for a whole hour and a half, an hour. These are really long windward legs. It's hard, and so you have to pace yourself. They usually tell you hike hard off the start and hike hard coming into the marks. So yeah, definitely endurance comes into play, but learning to pace yourself is a big part of the game.
Okay, and very interesting look at that. I'm going to go straight to Mark Reynolds. Sergio Lambertenghi have pulled up to third place. That's one hell of a scalp to take. Kashina and Mechiton now over 10 meters behind them. So that bit of magic they pulled at the bottom mark, which I didn't understand, but Kathleen rightly pointed out, certainly did, and that tactic has definitely worked for them so far. Merkelbach and Bartel back in fifth and 80 meters behind the Ukrainian pair, so I don't think they're going to be able to make that up.
And that was just mostly through a left-hand shift there. You had Mark Reynolds to leeward, and with the wind going left here, they were definitely set themselves up for a position to gain on this left-hand shift, and it's working in their favor.
Okay, that's interesting to see. And Ben, could you just show us how far to go to the finish line? So we've still got 0.70 nautical mile, just over halfway, and these guys are going to be pretty tired by now on this last upwind leg, wouldn't you say? I hate to keep going on about it, but I'm just running out of breath thinking about it.
They're definitely tired, and that makes a big difference when they go for attack. So you wanna keep your tacks to a minimum here on this last bit. Really only tack when you need to, and do a very good tack, because it's going to make a big difference. With the waves that have built out there now, the crews are getting a little more wet than previously, and everyone's a little bit more tired. But the guys at the top, they're competitors, and they have a mental fortitude and an experience which just keeps them going fast all the time. And the Star is a boat where you have a lot of controls, where you can depower your sails and keep yourself going faster. But as you get tired, you tend to not think about that, and you don't work as efficiently. But these guys know how to get their boat depowered in the bigger breeze and keep themselves going fast, and also maybe making a little less work for themselves.
Okay, thank you for that. And looking at Brigioni and Sansoni, they've just stayed out there on the right-hand side, as you say, just going for boat speed, not looking at the tack, and looking at the position that Reynolds and Lambertenghi took up. They aren't a danger to them. Grail and De Almeida, do you think they'll be looking over at Reynolds and Lambertenghi, or is that just too far?
There's going to have to be a big shift for anything to change in between those boats. At this point, it could be that they're actually just maybe resting a bit. I've sailed with skippers before. When you can't beat another boat, and you're towards the top of the beat, you conserve your energy. So you'll cover, and you'll keep your speed, but he'll be saving their energy for tomorrow, conserving it, because at this point it looks like the other teams can't catch them, and they're not going to catch the leaders. So they're actually comfortably probably just keeping their speed and conserving their energy for tomorrow's race.
I hear exactly what you say. I also think they're probably a bit comfortably numb, to use a Pink Floyd track there. But under 1,000 meters to go, and I'm sure for a lot of these boats that can't come near enough. Obviously, boats further back have got a lot further to go, and I suppose that longer time out in the water, that tells more as the regatta goes on, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's and tomorrow will be another long day for these guys.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they'll be even more tired in this last leg. It's tough. The last upwind leg in the ISCYRA Regatta, last race of the day, is mentally draining as well. So. Yeah,
and it sounds crazy to say this, but your energy level is much higher when you're doing well, isn't it? when you're disappointed, when you're not doing well, your shoulders can slump and you can get tired quicker. Was that?
Yeah, I think being in the front of the pack gives you a little bit of that adrenaline rush, and you feel like every effort you make has a result. When the further back you get in the fleet, it's really hard to keep that energy level going. But the fleet's big enough. There's people who've been out there racing against one another for 20 years, and even though they might be in the back of the fleet, they're very intent on beating someone from their fleet, someone from another country.
Okay, and there we have Brugioni and Sansoni hitting the ley line and tacking. They probably won't make the finish there. They've probably got at least one more to go. And with this shift, particularly the boats at the front, it's become a little bit processional. But we did see that move by Reynolds and Lambertenghi, and at one stage they had got up into the podium, into that third position, but the Ukrainians have fought back, and Kashin and Mechitin are now back in third. That's quite an interesting ding-dong when it looked like with that shift it was a bit of a processional last beat, eh?
Yeah, it looks like Reynolds and Lambertenghi, they're going to need a left-hand shift here to get back into that third position. But there will be some jockeying in the last few meters of this upwind leg that makes a difference. A little bit more consolidation.
Okay, thanks for that. And I will come back to the leaders when they're nearer the finish. But apart from Reynolds, Lambertenghi, and Kashina Mechitin, we're probably looking at the top five there. There's quite a punch up going on in 8, 9, 10, and 11, and in there is Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, and they're in a real fight with the Hungarian Martin, who's been doing very well, and the Hungarian Tenki. They're in a bit of a stroganoff sandwich there, eh? Tell us about Augie Diaz. You know so much about him. I mean, he's not a spring chicken, but he's a very, very fit man. How does he keep himself so fit?
He spends a lot of time on the water. When he's not in the star class, he's off sailing in a 505 or a double-headed boat called the Snipe, and he'll even show up at the Laser Master North Americans, and he just gets as much time on the water as he can. So that's how I think it's rumored he started to work with a trainer to get ready for the Pan American Games, which he's sailing in about 2 weeks in Toronto. So we wish him luck in that event.
Okay, Rod's just pointing something out. Thank you, Rod. Rod from Virtual Eye, just pointing out that the Ukrainian pair, Guriev and Kushner, that did so well yesterday, they're down in 20th position, but they're on a very different tack to the boats around them, and they're a long way off the lead. Don't even go there, getting in with them. But they could make a bit of a jump here towards the end. But thanks for pointing that out, Rod. And they look like they're high and dry over on that side. But as the gauge. Hey, Rod reckons they're going to go from 20th to 5th or 6th. You know what, Rod? I'll have a cold beer on that one if they can get into 5th. 6th, you never know. But that'll be a hell of a coup. It'd be great to see two Ukrainian teams up there. And we had, as I said, Guriev and Kushner were fantastic yesterday, and Kashini and Mechitin are flying the Ukrainian flag today. Great to see that. But let's just see, Ben, how much long we got to go. An hour and a half this race for. Wow, these guys are going to be hanging out. So there you have it. Brugioni and Sansoni, just 360 odd meters to go. Gran Almedia closed in on them, but only still 70 meters, no chance of catching them. So we've got Kathleen here, and Kathleen, what can you say about it's a long day on the water here. These guys were getting out there around 1 o'clock. They've been out there for hours and hours. What do you say to people who say, "Oh, sailing, that's a blue blazer sport. You know, that's for a bunch of guys and girls drinking gin and tonics and pink gins"? Is that right?
I definitely didn't see any blue blazers getting the boats ready this morning. The crews were in there in the cold water cleaning the bottoms of the boat because the boats are left in every day. They're out in hiking pants, neoprene, rash guards, no khaki pants, no blue blazers. These are true athletes.
And a lovely atmosphere, I have to say, in the star class. Okay, so we're just coming near to the finish now, but I don't want to give Brugioni and Sansoni anything but the full limelight. But we have just got news on why Xavier Rohart and Sebastian Guidou are not competing in race 4. Kathleen, can you explain?
Appears that there was a collision just before the start of this race, and they've actually broken their boat and had to sail in. So I'm sure they'll be flying for redress, but they were unable to sail the boat during this race. So they're unfortunately back here on land, and they'll be working on their boat, and everyone's okay.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to race today. So just to recap, that's Rohart and Guidou not taking part in race 4 due to damaging the boat before the race. But
I don't know if they redress, and if they file for redress and get average points, having a 1 today, that's not a bad thing.
Absolutely. So we'll wait to hear on that, and we'll bring you that news as soon as we can. But right now, a standing ovation, I'm sure, in Brazil for Brugioni and Sansoni, the rookies, can I say that, in the Brazilian Star Fleet, leading the 55 or the whole fleet home in the Star European Championships. I have to say, fantastic. That's the last tack for the line, and we hope to go out to Raquel, but we're not sure if she's there. We'd love to hear what the body language is like on that boat, but they're just coming in, and just behind them is Torben Grael and De Almeida, and I'm sure they'll be the Brazilian friends there will be smiling, seeing those guys taking the gun. There we have it, in an hour and 32 minutes and 22 seconds, the 4th race of the day. Let's see if we've got Raquel Vitello to tell us how the young Brazilians looked at the end of winning that race. Raquel. We thought we had Raquel. Are you there, Raquel? No, I'm afraid not. So we'll find out later. I'm sure we'll be interviewing that team dockside. So there we go. Winners are grinners, Brugioni and Sansoni. And Torben Grael and De Almeida coming in second. And they'll be very happy with their day. That was a much better day for Torben Grael and De Almeida. And they're just about across the line now. That's a huge scalp for Brugioni and Sansoni. They've won that race by a country mile from their Brazilian compatriots, over a minute. And then we have the battle for the line between Reynolds and the Kashina, the Ukrainians. And it looks like Reynolds is going to win the battle. It looks like Reynolds is going to win that battle. So there we go, a real fighter in Mark Reynolds from the USA and Sergio Lambertenghi from Lake Garda, Italy, taking that 3rd podium spot in the race. And well done to Kashini and Mechiten, the Ukrainian pair coming in 4th. A fantastic effort from them. I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted with that. And a little bit of one-upmanship. Their Ukrainian friends Vasily Guriev and Vitaly Kushner, they managed a 6th yesterday, so they've outdone them. So I'm sure they'll all be celebrating afterwards, the Ukrainian teams that are here. So a great day for them. And a little bit of a gap now. We've got Merkelbach and Bartel coming in at an extraordinary angle. They might not even make the finish line here. We'll wait to see. But what a comeback, Kathleen. What a comeback. They were back down in 20th or something, weren't they?
Yeah, Hubert's really on a mission in this regatta. He wants to defend that title, and they've got a lot of experience, and they've been in Miami for most of the winter, competing in all the regattas. So I think they've got a one up on some of their other European competitors who didn't come over to Miami for the winter circuit.
Yeah, and when they were back down in 20th place, I mean, that was game over. I mean, with the OCS and 20th, they would have been in real trouble. But today, as we watch the rest going through, let's get back to that. Why not? We've got Tenke and Bezzaretti from Hungary and Italy, I'm pretty sure, coming in 6th. And then we have Augie Diaz and Bruno Prod in 7th to go with 2 5ths yesterday. That's still 3 top 10s. You don't never count those two out. Absolutely not. And the other Hungarian pair, Martin and the Italian, I believe, coming in 8th. And the first Italian boat is the Coloninos, coming in 9th place. And there we have it, Lars Grail and Samuel Goncalves coming back up to 10th. And we'll wait to do the maths on that, but that's a hell of a comeback there from them as well. Could be a saver. It's not about winning every race in a regatta like this, is it, Kathleen?
Yeah, consistency pays in experienced fleet like this. And it's not easy to be consistent, but a top 10 place is definitely a keeper. But with his brother's finishes today and Mark Reynolds' very, very consistent top 5 finishes, it's going to be hard to be at the top.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we'll let this roll coming through. You're watching the final of race 4 of the Star European Championships from Lake Gaeta. Lake Gaeta? It's been a long day. It's not a lake.
I think we're in a bay.
And so we'll leave that running there. And we hope you've enjoyed watching today with Virtual Eye and the Star Sailors League commentary team. And we'll be back online tomorrow. At the moment, the sailing instructions say the first gun will be at 12 o'clock, or the first warning signal will be at 12. They have delayed it twice to 1 o'clock. So we'll let you know, but that's 1 o'clock local time, CET, here in Gaeta. We should be back with you, but we'll leave the Virtual Eye rolling, and you can watch the rest of the fleet coming in. And we're going to go down to the docks pretty soon now and try and get a few interviews with the people who did well today. But I'd have to say an enormous thank you to Kathleen Tock for coming in today.
My pleasure.
And it's been really great to have you, and I hope you'll be back tomorrow.
If there's no training, you may see me tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, you can contact us if you want to have Kathleen back. I'm definitely going to be putting a like on that Facebook post anyway. But stay with us and watch the rest of the finishers. And the commentary will be back tomorrow for the third day of the Star European Championships from Gaeta in Italy. And scheduled another 2 races tomorrow. But for now, we'll just leave you with the Virtual Eye.
after this before the race. And a lot of water going for me all the race. Danke, dass du auch reingesprungen bist. Sehr gut. Zieh zurück. Calato nella seconda. La prima era molto bene, la seconda si è abolita. Hoje a cerveja é mais doce, né? Hey!